Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on Mappas as the top-ranked Phantom takes on Ignis in this match. Phantom has completely owned this rivalry with an 88% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's no surprise we're seeing that dominance translate into today's form. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to disrupt the pattern. Phantom is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. He's definitely living up to that top seed today. Ignis needs to wake up fast as those reactions are becoming dangerously quick on the top seed's end. Phantom pushes ahead to 3-2 after a clinical round. Hard to imagine the #1 seed getting pushed this close. Unbelievable. Ignis has fought his way back to a deadlock. Coming off a brutal 13-10 loss to Zeth, he's proving he can hang. He's completely taken over the map, cruising to 3 straight victories. The rating gap between these two is staring us right in the face. A quick response here, bringing the tally even at 4-4. Phantom holds the edge again at 5-4. He's looking completely untouchable with that 28-7 record today. Just an absolute blink and the round is over. He's taking total control of the server. Ignis secures the lead for himself as we approach the break. A real grit and grind performance coming from the underdog. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's in charge though. Ignis has managed to keep the score respectable for now. Time to see who wants it more. Phantom clawed back out front with a narrow 7-6 lead. Hard to believe we're seeing a battle this close given their rating difference. Ignis just leveled the playing field at 7-all. A total shift in momentum for the rank 25 contender. He's on absolute fire right now, taking a huge step forward with another clean victory. Things are looking very different than the pre-match predictions. Phantom strikes back to bring us back to a dead heat. This looks just like their most recent outing together. Phantom re-establishes the lead, moving ahead to 9-8. It's tough to shake that #1 spot when he's this sharp. The top seed is back in full effect, claiming another one to keep the streak alive. Both players were trading heavy hits, but the top seed managed to outlast him in that brawl. What a scrap, he barely survives that exchange and keeps his hopes alive. The lower seed is refusing to go quietly now. He's not backing down, securing another win to keep this comeback rolling. He's looking far more confident now with the momentum shifted. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, tying the series up at 11-all. This is a complete deadlock heading into the final stretch. Ignis keeps the momentum rolling, taking the fight to the ramp to put himself a single round away from victory. The huge gap on the ladder has practically vanished. Absolute perfection. Ignis closes the door on this match with a flawless final shot. Can't believe we're seeing this. The streak of dominance is finally broken in the most spectacular way possible. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Vortex and Ignis are stepping onto fast aim for this match, with Vortex entering as the heavy favorite. Vortex has a huge advantage in the head-to-head, owning nearly 80% of their previous encounters, and he's comfortably in control of the opening round. This looks like a familiar pattern for the higher rated player today. Ignis is really finding the gaps today, taking out Vortex from the ramp with an incredibly fast reaction. We're all square now. Ignis has fought back. Ignis is coming in with plenty of confidence after that win over Phantom. Vortex pulls ahead again, leading 3-2. He looks far more composed than in his last two outings today. The reaction times are getting faster as this map evolves, and Ignis is definitely keeping pace with the favorite. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, using that ramp position to hold a narrow lead. Vortex has had a rough day, dropping 2 of his last 3. Vortex just shut that down, clearing him off the ramp and grabbing the lead again. A tough start to the day for him overall. Vortex edges ahead, clutching a slim 5-4 lead. A tough spot for the underdog after a rough string of losses today. Ignis is playing some spoiler baseball today, managing to push the higher seeded player back onto the baseline. The gap in the ladder isn't showing at all. Vortex takes hold of the ramp to maintain his lead as we approach the half. He's staying extremely sharp on those timings. Tough run of form lately, but he's holding his ground. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, it's wild to see things this close, given that Vortex usually wins about 80% of their matchups. Both players are trading blows evenly heading into the switch. Ignis takes the lead, now sitting at 7-6. The number 5 seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Unreal, he barely claws his way out of that brawl with a tiny sliver of health left. His early dominance in their career matchups isn't showing up right now. What a scramble! Ignis manages to outlast him in an absolute war of attrition. He's definitely making the most of his 1-0 start today. That was effortless. He's showing a lot of grit as he tries to close this gap. The pressure is starting to mount for the top seed. He handles the pressure perfectly, dropping Ignis right off that ramp to tighten the gap. Ignis has to find a way to regain his composure. Ignis is refusing to let him breathe, just clearing Vortex right off that ramp to push his lead to double digits. He's really turning things around after that rough stretch against Catalyst. Ignis is really putting a stranglehold on the match, moving within striking distance of the finish line. Vortex shows some serious heart here, fighting his way back into this competition. He's proving that he can handle the heat, even in the clutch. Ignis secures a huge advantage, punishing him from the ramp to reach match point. It's a total reversal from what we expected when the lobby loaded in. Vortex keeps his hopes alive by digging deep here and refusing to go down without a fight. He's refusing to let the match slip away just yet. Game over. Ignis clears him right off the box to finish the series. He just completely shattered the odds with that performance. I honestly can't believe we just saw a result like that today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. Phantom and Vortex are ready for a great match, with the favorite looking to dominate here. Absolute chaos for the opening exchange, and Vortex somehow walks away with a tiny sliver of health. Both of them fought for that height advantage, but Phantom was just a split second faster on the draw. It's been a long time since the two of them met. Vortex has a great read on this map early on, shutting Phantom down even from the boost. He is putting up a serious fight against the #1 rated player. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. Phantom has owned the head-to-head battle for years. Phantom edges ahead, taking a narrow lead as we restart. It's tough to shake that memory of the 13-9 loss from earlier today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic fight to keep his momentum going. Vortex is really struggling to put together a run today. Vortex answers back quickly to tighten the gap. He's definitely shaking off the rust after a tough run today. Phantom just completely shut him down from the Tetris blocks, really asserting his control over this match. Phantom is starting to build some real momentum now and is looking very comfortable from that boost. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. That's a 3rd straight for Phantom, and he looked completely untouchable on that exchange. He is simply on another level right now, moving into the break with 4 straight. He's really validating that top spot on the ladder right now. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. The outcome here is the complete opposite of what the odds makers predicted. He's just too strong, and Vortex has no answers right now. Vortex needs a spark here. Phantom has a dominant 27-8 record over the last day. He's clearly in the middle of a massive run of form, and it's starting to leave Vortex completely adrift in this match. Phantom just can't be stopped, picking him off the ramp for another quick win. It is just a brutal stretch for the #5 seed. He makes it look effortless, standing on the verge of closing this out with a lightning-fast flick. Sudden reset for Vortex, who manages to put a stop to the onslaught. He needed to find a way to break the tension. And that is it. A perfect final shot to close out the series. He really looked like he was playing a different game today, just completely outclassing his opponent across the board. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom taking on Ignis on red line to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this as the heavy favorite with a career win rate of 63%. It is a massive gap in class based on the ratings. Though we know these two have a long history together, we have to see if that historical edge is enough to push him back in control. He completely shuts him down on the ramp to take full control of the early game. The top-seeded player is looking completely lost right now. He just cannot stop this run, a 4th straight victory for Ignis. It is a stark contrast to the 99-15 head-to-head lead. He just clears him off the Tetris, extending this lead to a huge 5-0. He's really struggling to shake off that last defeat from earlier today. Finally, Phantom answers back with a crisp shot to put a dent in that lead. Ignis really knows how to play that ramp, shutting down any hope of a momentum shift for Phantom. It's starting to feel like a repeat of their last encounter. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with only 4 HP to his name. He's really defying his place on the ladder with this performance. Ignis just wipes him right off the ramp to secure another win. He's essentially erasing any sense of the rating difference here. A completely uncontested shot to put another point on the board for Phantom. Phantom is finally putting some pressure on, utilizing that ramp position perfectly to get another quick point. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, it is a genuine shock to see the #1 seed trailing by this much. He looks completely shaken while the underdog is playing out of his mind. Time for a total reset. Phantom has a high win rate of 63% across his entire career. And honestly, that level of long-term experience is starting to weigh in here. He's finally digging in and putting that superior skill to use. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going. He takes total control from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away further. He's definitely starting to reclaim the advantage we expected before the match. There was a lightning fast trade on the ramp and Ignis immediately shuts down the momentum. Phantom was building. He's putting up a serious fight against the top seed. Ignis keeps his grip on the match with a 10-6 lead. Ignis has been absolutely lethal across his matches today. Phantom strikes back, narrowing the gap to 7-10. The A-list talent is starting to show his face. He doesn't let up for a second, showing real grit in this push to close the gap. The gap in their rankings is becoming a factor now. He's just not slowing down, securing his 3rd straight point to keep this rally alive. Ignis has completely lost his lead in this game. Absolute perfection from the favorite. He's completely wiped out the deficit and we are dead even at 10 apiece. A quick response from the underdog to snap that rally and retake the lead. Both players have already traded a series today. He lands the shot from the ramp and moves to within a single round of victory. He's playing with so much confidence right now. He manages to knock Ignis off the ramp, refusing to let the door close on this rally. The sheer talent difference is finally starting to bridge this gap. A flawless shot to force a deadlock, and we are headed into overtime. That was a nearly instantaneous reset for the opener. What a stand! He's now won 3 straight to firmly seize control of this overtime period. He is simply outplaying everyone in this final stretch. Good grief, Ignis just barely survived that fight, clawing his way out with almost nothing left. absolutely ice-cold composure to bring us back to a draw. The pressure is really mounting on Phantom now that he's fallen back behind. The second ranked guy is just refusing to buckle. He's showing incredible resolve, clawing his way back to a dead heat in this overtime battle. Pure chaos as this series refuses to end. He strikes again, shutting down that attempt for a comeback and putting himself one step closer to victory. What a performance. He finishes this incredible run to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he manages to keep his dominance over the long haul. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off today, with the heavy favorite looking to maintain his dominance. Vortex has an incredible historical edge here with 95 wins over Ignis, but it's worth noting that the momentum shifted completely in their most recent encounter. Ignis will be feeling confident after taking that previous duel. Vortex is cruising ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. Despite the high rank, he's really struggled in his last few series. We're totally locked in right now. It's a dead heat as we head into the next pair of rounds. A really tough stretch for the higher rated player lately. Ignis takes a commanding 3-2 lead right now. A tough way to start for the top 5 seed. And just like that, Vortex levels the playing field. Just a couple of rounds away from a total stalemate. Unreal. That was a complete scrap, but he somehow managed to scrape by with practically nothing left. His recent form is just starkly different from the favorites right now. Vortex has a rough stretch right now with a 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's becoming a real struggle for him to shake off that negative momentum. He has to find a way to stop the slide before the lead grows. That is a complete shutout. He's just not letting the opposition back into this map. Ignis is completely ignoring the historical gap between them. Vortex manages to claw back another one, refusing to let the gap widen. He's fighting to prove that ranking advantage on the ladder. Ignis is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. The 21 seed is really putting on a... Ignis takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on how this was supposed to go. Vortex is simply unable to stop this momentum right now. Time to see if Vortex resets. Vortex is still trailing behind at 5-8. Ignis is clearly shaking off that tough loss to Phantom from earlier. That was a brutal exchange, and he barely survives with a sliver of health. His current run of bad luck is continuing across multiple matches today. He's fighting through a really tough day across the board. He's showing a lot of heart, securing another round to keep the pressure on. The gap is finally starting to shrink. He's simply on another level right now, taking 0 damage while extending his round to 3. He's finally shaking off those ghosts from the early rounds. Ignis gets the upper hand in that duel to extend the lead. That's twice in a row now where Ignis has come out on top. Vortex is showing some real grit, digging deep to keep this series alive. He's really fighting to close that gap after such a slow start. What a turnaround. He's completely erased the deficit to bring this match back to a dead draw. We're seeing an entirely different battle than we expected from the pre-match projections. He's simply untouchable right now, keeping the pressure high as he surges toward the finish line. Just as his high ranking suggests, he's far too dangerous right now. What a fight. He barely walks away from that chaos, clutching the round with almost nothing left. He's just refusing to let the match slip away. Ignis is back in the driver's seat and just 1 round away from victory. The script for this series has been completely rewritten. Absolute perfection from Ignis to close out the series with an effortless finish. It's just a nightmare for the higher seed to keep dropping these games despite how hard he pushed back. He really had to dig deep for that win. What a fight. Welcome to the duel. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on Mappas, with Phantom entering as the favorite today. Phantom is really leaning into that historical advantage, having won 61% of their total encounters. It's clear he's brought that confidence into this match, especially after having dismantled his opponent just a few games back. Let's see if Vortex can shift the momentum. He is putting on a show, taking a third straight round without taking any damage. The top player on the ladder is in complete control. That was a genuine brawl, but he manages to claw out the victory to take a huge lead. Vortex is really struggling to find his footing after a rough 11-24 day. Another perfect encounter. He's simply outclassing the competition right now. Vortex finally gets one on the board, swapping damage before securing the kill. A solid response from the 5th ranked player here. Phantom doesn't need much room to work, picking up that duel from the ramp to keep the pressure high. Coming into this with the #1 spot on the ladder. Phantom makes quick work of him again, cutting him down right as he tried to hold that ramp. His high rating is definitely showing through in these early rounds. A lightning fast snap to the head, and he's just completely stifled any hope of a comeback. He's on absolute fire, putting together a 4-round tier to push this lead even further. It's becoming a landslide a few rounds in. What a fight. He manages to scrap through that chaotic exchange and barely escapes with his life. He is playing like a man on a mission today. Phantom holds a huge 11-1 lead going into the break. Well, this is a total reversal from what the betting markets expected. He's completely taken over the series, and Vortex looks completely lost. Vortex needs a complete reset here. He's practically wrapping this up right now, moving to a 12-1 score. That was another incredibly fast exchange. Vortex finally answers back with a sharp response, delaying the inevitable for now. Vortex earns another round, refusing to let this series end without a fight. He's definitely feeling more comfortable in these exchanges now. He's not slowing down, securing another clean victory to keep the momentum swinging his way. What a way to close it out. He shuts the door on the series and takes home the win. He really just dominated the map today, leaving practically zero room for any errors from the other side. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a battle between Phantom and Ignis. The top seed looks strong, but let's see how it goes. Unreal, both players were nearly gone, but Phantom barely clings to life to secure the opener. Phantom holds a dominant 87% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear why the ratings are so skewed in his favor today. The real question is whether Ignis can find any answer to this level of pressure. Phantom is cruising right now, firmly in control at 3-1. Our current top-ranked player looks far too comfortable. Ignis is reading him like a book, shutting down that high ground play to tie things up. Phantom pulls ahead again, leading the series 4-2. Coming into the day with a massive 28-7 record. Phantom keeps building a massive 5-2 lead here. He's certainly looking like the top seed on the ladder right now. That was way too easy. He's simply on another level right now. Expectations are being met as the #1 seed takes a firm grip. What a scramble! Ignis digs deep to claw out a victory after nearly being taken out. Phantom is really making his presence felt today, coming in with a 28-7 record over the last day. And honestly, that momentum is translating into a huge gap in their current interaction. It'll take something special for Ignis to shift the tide now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's simply outclassing Ignis right now, making good use of his superior experience on this map. Let's see if Ignis resets here. Ignis answers back, bringing it to 8-5 now. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close things out. Ignis is proving he can hang with the top seed. Phantom extends his cushion to 9-5 after that burst. Phantom is just too quick, catching Ignis from the box in a blink of an eye. He's really putting on a show today. Just can't be stopped right now, securing another win to stretch this lead to 11-5. The skill gap between the two is purely evident right now. Absolute control from the favorite as he reaches a massive 12-5 advantage. A completely one-sided affair since the half. And that's it. He closes out the series with an incredible display of skill. Just a total clinic from the top seed. He's moving through the bracket with zero resistance today. Welcome to the arena. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off to see who takes the victory today. Vortex holds a massive 77% head-to-head victory rate over Ignis throughout their history. It's interesting to see the higher rated player starting this one off on the right foot. We'll see if Ignis can reclaim some of that ground early on. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a perfect 3-round start. Finally, a response from Ignis to cut the deficit. A solid effort from the underdog to keep things competitive. He maintains the upper hand from heaven, picking off his opponent and closing the gap to 1. A quick burst to secure the lead change. Vortex is really pulling away with a 2-round cushion. It's a tough spot for the favorite, especially after that recent 11-13 loss. Ignis is showing great resolve, shutting him down right off the ramp. He is certainly proving he can hold his own today. And he does it again. This incredible turnaround brings the score level. This is exactly why the odds were so shaky going in. Vortex edges back ahead, putting him up 5-4. His top 5 ladder standing is definitely starting to show an intense exchange of shots, but he manages to pull ahead and level the score. A total stalemate now as we head into the final stretch of the half. Vortex barely holds the lead at 6-5. He's fighting through a tough day after those losses to Phantom. We're all square at 6. The rating gap usually suggests a more one-sided affair, but Ignis is refusing to buckle. It's a nail-biter as we switch sides. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex reclaimed the momentum to push it to 7-6. Both players are feeling the pressure after those rough outings against Phantom. Vortex has managed a tough start to the day with a 10-25 record in the last 24 hours. Seeing him put together this little run of rounds is a huge confidence boost. I wonder if we're finally seeing the tide turn for him. Another clean win for him, extending the current streak to 4 straight. It's clear the higher rating is making a difference here. He's just unstoppable right now, racking up a 5th straight victory. A complete reversal of fortunes compared to those early rounds. He simply refuses to let up, picking Ignis right off the Tetris to secure match point. What a finish. He shuts the door on this match with one last precise shot to take the win. He really needed a game like that to shake off the rust. After a rough morning, that's a huge confidence boost for the top 5. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom is absolutely locked in right now with a 28-7 record over the last day. That momentum makes him an incredibly dangerous opponent when you consider his historical dominance in this specific rivalry. It will be a tall task for Vortex to turn this around. Vortex is holding a slim lead, but Phantom responds. He's proving a bit more stubborn than the betting outlook suggested. Vortex is completely taking over, securing his third straight win with a perfect shot. Vortex is in total control, picking him right off the vine to keep this run going. A tough start for the current top-seeded player. A fast reaction there. He refuses to let that deficit grow, keeping his composure to claw one back. He's refusing to back down, securing another clean frame to narrow the gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite here. Vortex has traditionally been the underdog in their lifelong history, yet he's currently holding his own in a match where the rankings favor the other guy. It's a surprising shift in dynamic given how consistently the top seed has dominated this pair in the past. We have to see if he can actually close this out. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 7. A complete reversal from that last 13-4 result they shared. Just a blur of a round, and he puts the pressure right back on as we head toward the mid-match break. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite should. He's put on a strong show so far, and it looks like he has the upper hand on the map. Fresh sides, a fresh... Vortex is running away with this, sitting at 9-4. Vortex is making a strong case for himself despite the rating gap. Another huge frame for Vortex, putting him up 10-4. He's completely shaking off that loss from earlier today. Phantom is starting to find a way back into this, making it just a bit more interesting for the crowd. Phantom claws back to 6, but he's still trailing. The top seed is finally starting to flex his power. Vortex had no intention of letting that mini streak continue, shutting that door immediately. Phantom is refusing to just let this match slip away, keeping things tense as we approach the finish line. Vortex strikes first and fast, putting himself just one round away from victory. He's simply refusing to let the favorite back into this game. What a finish! Vortex closes it out and claims the victory! He just completely dismantled the guy who usually owns this map, outplaying the #1 seed in every single way. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a battle between Ignis and the heavily favored Phantom. Let's get started. Phantom really owns the head-to-head record with over 100 wins against Ignis. It shows how difficult it is for the underdog to close the gap regardless of the map. We'll see if Ignis can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Coming off a massive 28-8 run over the last day. We've got a real stalemate on our hands. Neither side is letting the other take a second round in a row. We're seeing a complete reset in the moment. Ignis has fought back to a narrow 3-2 advantage. Hard to believe the #1 seed is trailing right now. Absolute deadlock now with a 3-3 tie. He's really leaning into that top seed status right now. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, taking control of the map with a couple of quick rounds. That was a wild exchange, but the favorite secures his third straight win. He's playing exactly like the top seed right now. The momentum shift is complete as he captures a 4th straight round to build a comfortable lead. Absolute nightmare for Ignis after that loss to Vortex earlier. The streak hits 5 as he walks through this round without taking a single point of damage. His rank at the top of the ladder is certainly showing. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another round to push his lead to 8-3. He is really making his status as the top seed felt. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is precisely the script we expected given the skill gap. That 7-round run really broke the spirit of the underdog. Now we see if Ignis can put up any fight on the flip. Time for a clean slate. Phantom has an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's just an incredible level of consistency that makes it feel like he's playing a completely different game than Ignis. He's just far too disciplined to let this lead slip. Ignis managed to shake things up, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. Finally gets around on the board to keep the hope alive. Ignis is putting up a fight, making it 3 in a row for the underdog. A quick trade of shots, but he stays out of danger. What a fight. He almost went down with that trade, but manages to survive and keep the streak alive. A real test of nerve for the #1 seed right now. He's back in the driver's seat and just a single round away from victory. A tough spot for a player who's already struggling this deep in the hole. Game over. He closes the door with a perfect finish to take it all. Just a complete mismatch from start to finish. The skill gap was simply too wide today. Welcome to Red Line. We have Vortex taking on Ignis in today's match to see who comes out on top. Vortex holds a massive historical lead with 96 wins over Ignis in their head-to-head matchups. It's pretty evident he's already in the driver's seat after taking the opening round. He's just looking to keep the pressure on now. Ignis fights back to tie things up at 1-all. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure early on. Ignis pulls ahead, taking a slim lead into round 4. Hard to believe he's dropped the momentum after that last dominant series. Ignis simply doesn't miss, picking him right off the ramp to keep the surge going. He puts a stop to that run, keeping the total score within reach. He's a top 5 player for a reason. Vortex really took control of the map there, forcing Ignis right off that ramp. He's really dominating the recent matchups between these two. He just can't stop now, putting together a strong sequence to take the lead. He's really putting that ranking difference on display right now. He secures another from the ramp, which makes it 4 in a row. This is looking very similar to their 13-6 clash earlier today. Ignis answers back quickly, keeping this series tight. He's certainly not letting the rating difference get in his head. Vortex reads the situation perfectly, picking Ignis right off those boxes to extend his lead. He's been having a tough run after that loss to Phantom earlier. Vortex barely edges ahead as we head into 11. He's really fighting to avoid another double-digit loss against him. Vortex takes a narrow lead with a score of 7-5. Things are playing out exactly as expected so far. He is holding his ground, though Ignis has stayed surprisingly competitive throughout the opening half. Let's see how they adjust. Vortex keeps a slim 1-round cushion as we restart. It's a tough mountain to climb for the lower-rated player. Vortex is having a rough patch with a 12-23 record today. It's a huge contrast to how he's dominating this particular series. He's clearly found his footing against his opponent. Vortex barely maintains his grip at 8-7. He's desperate for a victory after those 3 straight losses today. Vortex is showing great control from the ramp, putting a real damper on Ignis' hopes of a comeback. The top 10 rank is providing a nice cushion here. Vortex is really pulling away now at 10-7. Ignis is really struggling to find any traction today. Vortex just keeps rolling, picking him off the box to strengthen his grip on the map. Things are starting to look just like that 13-6 blowout earlier. Simply untouchable right now. That's another walk-off for him, leaving his opponent completely stranded. He's just playing a completely different game than his opponent right now. Ignis manages to secure a clean victory here, slowing down the momentum just a bit. It's rare to see a gap this wide on the ladder close up. Unreal, he barely survives a brutal exchange, clutching the round with only 14 health remaining. That was a hard-stopping sequence for anyone watching. Absolutely effortless. He deletes Ignis from those boxes to close out the match. He's really putting on a clinic against this guy today. It's just a completely different story when he's in control like this. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on fast aim, and the top-seeded favorite is looking for a strong victory. Vortex didn't let him settle in, quickly shutting Phantom down as he pushed from the ramp. The favorite is starting this series with some pressure on him. Phantom owns the head-to-head with 23-26 total wins, meaning he knows exactly how to shut this opponent down. It's just that the tide has shifted lately, as we've seen in their last few meetings. He needs to remember why he has that historical advantage. We're all squared up as they head into round 5. Vortex had a massive run today, but he's hitting a wall here. He secures the kill from the ramp, continuing his hot streak. The top seed is really starting to assert himself here. He just completely dismantled that attempt from the ramp, extending his lead to 4-2. He is playing with so much confidence right now. Vortex quickly responds to keep things close. He's clearly playing his best game of the day so far. Phantom takes that one from the toolbox, and it's starting to feel like he's pulling away. He's definitely finding his footing after that tough loss earlier today. Phantom is showing why he has a 63% career win rate. He's just outclassing almost everyone he faces on this map. You know, it's a stark contrast to how Vortex has been struggling with his form today. I wonder if he can find a way to break this momentum. Vortex answers back with a quick shot from the wine box to shut things down. The #1 rated player in the league isn't totally out of it. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is pointing toward a huge upset right now. Vortex just isn't matching the pace of the top seed on this side of the map. Time to see if the momentum holds. Vortex is refusing to go away, keeping the pressure on with another clean finish. It's becoming a much closer contest than anyone predicted. Phantom quickly read that window play, keeping this game firmly in his control. It's a bit of a grind considering how well he's been playing today. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the comeback alive. He's really living on the edge with his low health finishes. Phantom uses the height of that toolbox to grab another round and put a bit of distance between them. He manages to pull off a gritty survivor and drags Phantom right off that ramp. The underdog has a real shot now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he somehow claws back the round with just a sliver of health left. He's really trying to shake off that loss from their Italy series. The momentum has shifted completely back to Phantom. He's looking incredibly sharp right now. Vortex is struggling to keep his head above water today. He just deletes his opponent right off the ramp and puts himself one step away from victory. His accuracy is just flawless right now. A precise shot takes Phantom right off the ramp, slowing down that final push. He needed to secure a win here to stay in the fight. Vortex is showing serious grit, taking a clean fight to keep himself alive in this game. A very focused sequence from the underdog. Another clean win for Vortex, who looks completely locked in as soon as he picks up the rifle. Vortex claims the high ground on that toolbox to force this whole match into overtime. A huge surge of momentum for the underdog in this deciding stretch. He puts out a massive effort to secure his 5th straight, continuing this incredible climb back into the lead. The script has completely flipped for this matchup. He is absolutely cruising now, extending the run to 6 straight. It's a completely different story than what we expected going in. Finally, Phantom halts the slide and puts a stop to that relentless momentum. That's an incredible way to force a tiebreaker. What a recovery. He just wiped him off the ramp and now stands a single round away from victory. He just completely shut that push down. Phantom catches him right on the toolbox, keeping the dream alive. His legendary status really starts to feel relevant in a tight spot like this. What a turnaround. He forces the deadlock at 15-all and keeps his foot on the gas. It is an absolute battle of wheels between these two. Phantom takes a narrow lead at 16-15. Phantom is now 2 steps ahead at 17-15. His higher rating is providing exactly the cushion he needs here. Phantom is staring down the win at 18-15. He's really asserting his dominance as the top-seeded pro. Phantom pushes his lead to 18-16 after a tight trade. That's a huge mental reset for the challenger. Phantom staring at the finish line now with a 19-16 lead. He really had to dig deep to secure this one after that middle stretch. Such a massive battle between two legends. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a match between Phantom and Ignis. Let's see if the underdog can pull off a surprise. Phantom has an overwhelming head-to-head lead of 102-15 over Ignis. It makes sense given how the top seed has completely owned this matchup historically. Now the pressure is on Ignis to find a way to break that streak early. The early lead is snowballing fast for him, completing a clean sweep so far. He is really showing why he holds that #1 spot. Finally an answer from Ignis, proving he can hold his own against the top seed. That was a lightning fast exchange to get him back in this. Unbelievable. He barely survives that absolute brawl to claw back within one. A huge shift in energy as we head into the next one. Absolutely effortless. He's completely erased that early deficit and levels the score. He's just unstoppable right now, taking the lead with another quick victory. The momentum shift is leaning heavily against the favorite right now. He holds his ground and manages to level the series. Coming off a very hot 28-7 day, he's finally finding his focus. Phantom narrowly recaptures the lead going into round 10. He's certainly playing like the top player on the ladder. That's 3 straight for the top seed, completely shutting down the opposition's run. Ignis has been fighting an uphill battle all day. Ignis wipes him off the Tetris to keep the pressure high heading into the break. A really crisp finish to close out the first half. We're all tied up at 6-6 for the break. I mean, Ignis is really punching above his weight class here. He's fighting way harder than the numbers suggested he would, keeping the world #1 on his toes. Everything resets right now. Manages to pick him off the box as the deficit continues to shrink. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. We're back to a deadlock with both tied at 7. The world #1 is finally stabilizing his game. Phantom edges ahead again, now leading 8-7. He's really showing the difference in their ladder ratings right now. He's completely taken over the map, putting together a string of 3 straight for the lead. The gap in their recent results is starting to look very real. He's just not letting up, securing another flawless win to pull further ahead. The skill gap is becoming impossible to ignore. He just clears him right off the Tetris, cruising toward the finish line. He's firmly in control of this series. A complete lockdown. He's now just a single round away from the win. Total dominance of the server by the higher rated player. A huge relief for the underdog, who just managed to keep his hopes alive. Boom. He closes it out with a lightning fast finish to secure the victory. He really put on a clinic today and keeps that monstrous head-to-head streak alive against Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Today we have Vortex and Ignis facing off on Mappas to see who wins. Wow, what a fight. Vortex just barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to take the opener. Ignis is really feeling that 5-match slide lately. Vortex leads the historical head-to-head with 97 wins over Ignis. You know, that's a pretty staggering gap in a rivalry where they've played over 100 times. It feels like a psychological mountain for Ignis to climb, especially while trying to find some stability today. He digs deep to answer back, keeping himself in the fight. It's a tough spot for the underdog, but he's showing he belongs. That was instantaneous, showing just how quickly soon he can turn the tide here. The pressure is shifting as the deficit narrows. He's completely taken over this stretch, leveling the score at 3-3 with a flawless sequence. The heavy favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Vortex claims the edge again, securing a narrow lead. He's fighting an uphill battle with that rank 21 standing. He stays aggressive to bring this set back to a dead heat. The momentum is swinging wildly as we head into the late stages. He's simply too fast right now, walking away without a scratch to take the lead. That puts a serious dent in the favorite's composure. The turnaround is complete and he's now staring down a 3-round run of his own. The momentum is completely flipped in his favor. Vortex manages to clear him off the ramp, bringing the score to 5-6. Just a fraction of the dominance seen in their previous meeting. We're sitting at a 6-6 stalemate. Well, the score reflects exactly what we expected. Even with a massive rating gap, Ignis is refusing to go down easily on a map where he's historically very strong. Let's see who breaks first. He's showing incredible grit, shaking off that early deficit to regain his lead. That's exactly how we expected this to feel for the underdog. He's looking incredibly strong right now, strolling away from this encounter without taking a single point of damage. Ignis holds a narrow 8-7 cushion heading into this. It's a nice result for their rank 5 seed to lock in. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, but he manages to pull through to square the series at 8-8. He's simply too strong right now, cruising to another clean victory to push the lead back to 9-8. He's making full use of that rating edge right now. He's completely shifted the tide now, claiming a 4th straight point to move ahead. A dominant stretch from the rank 5 seed. Ignis is showing some real heart, shutting down that run with a spotless finish. The underdog is fighting with a lot of resolve right now. Ignis is refusing to let the set slip away, evening the tally at 10-10. Both players are deadlocked right now. The favorite is barely clinging to a lead in this set. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that fight, but he barely walks away with a tiny sliver of health to take the lead. That was an absolute nail-biter to get the lead back. He's back in control after that chaotic exchange, leaving his opponent with nothing. The favorite is finally finding his footing when it counts most. What a finish. He takes the map with a huge final shot to close things out. Ignis really fought for every single point there, but the experience and poise just weren't on his side today. He had to earn that victory. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex stepping onto orange for today's match. Let's see if the favorite can hold the lead. Phantom has been in great form with a 28-7 record over the last day. That level of confidence is exactly why he's currently sitting at the top of our rating list. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up. Phantom is just dominating this early on. 2 straight. Vortex needs a quick spark to shake off that earlier loss. What a scrap. He barely makes it through that exchange to secure the round. He's definitely proving he can trade blows with the league leader. And just like that, we are all square. He's firmly in the top 5 of our rating right now. He is absolutely on fire now, picking up another effortless round to take the lead. The number 1 seed is really feeling the heat right now. He's just completely taken off the map, picking up his 4th straight. The head-to-head stats always suggest a closer fight than this. The momentum shifts back as Phantom claims a quick win. His historical edge over the number 5 seed is showing. Vortex has consistently stepped up in their recent encounters, splitting the last 5 head-to-heads. Well, he's clearly not intimidated by the rating difference today. We'll see if he can translate this early confidence into a full series win. He's staying aggressive, chipping away at that lead to bring it within 2. That was a quick exchange to keep the pressure on. Keeps clawing back into this game, showing some serious grit to narrow the gap. The odds clearly favor the former world number 1 tonight. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the half to go. The top seed is putting up a fight, but Vortex is simply looking too strong right now. Time to switch things up. Phantom puts up a fierce fight, picking his opponent right off the ramp. A very clean finish to stop that bleed. He's fighting to prove the initial projections correct. Vortex holds an 8-6 cushion moving into this next one. He's fighting an uphill battle against the top-ranked guy. Vortex is cruising now with a commanding 9-6 advantage. He is certainly making his presence felt today. Absolute control from Vortex, who just erased that attempt at a comeback and now sits comfortably in the driver's seat. Both players hit hard, but he just refuses to budge and takes the lead back to 5. The 5 ranked player is simply not missing today. Phantom finds his mark and manages to slow down the pace here. Phantom is definitely starting to narrow that lead, and he's looking far more dangerous now than he did at the half. He's showing why that head-to-head lead is so substantial. He's got this under control, securing another round to reach match point. That was a quick response to shut down any comeback hopes. A sharp reaction from the underdog to stave off the end for now. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door on this series with an effortless closing shot. An incredible performance to take down the world number 1. He just completely owned the server today. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today for a match between Phantom and Ignis, though the odds heavily favor Phantom here. Phantom enters this series with a massive 103-15 head-to-head lead. It's certainly impressive, but Ignis looks completely unfazed after that opening round. The question now is whether the top seed can actually shake off this early stumble. Ignis is now staring down a shocking 2-1 lead. Ignis is definitely fighting through those recent struggles today. Ignis is just an absolute war right now, using that high ground to keep the pressure on. It's a tough start for the top seed. Unbelievable, he barely escapes that chaos with a sliver of health left to maintain the streak. Phantom keeps his composure and secures a clean finish to get back into the game. He's definitely showing why he's ranked higher on the ladder. What a chaotic exchange! He barely survives that shootout to push the lead to 5-2. He's certainly proving that the ranking gap doesn't tell the whole story. A swift response from Phantom to tighten the gap. We're seeing exactly why he's the top-rated player in the server. Phantom has been truly productive today, putting up a 28-8 record across all his matches. But those wins aren't helping him right now. He's completely failing to close out the rounds against an opponent who is playing way above his usual standard. Ignis is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise given that Phantom owns a dominant head-to-head record. We might actually be witnessing a major upset today. Let's see how the sides swap. He is putting up a real fight now, shutting everything down without taking a single point of damage. That was a remarkably fast encounter to close out the round. He just wipes him off the box and we have ourselves a deadlock at 7-all. He's finally playing to his expected standard here. Ignis edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 15. He's really defying the odds tonight, despite the ranking difference. Ignis is really pulling away with a 9-7 cushion. Ignis is flipping the script on a player who normally owns him. He's on fire right now, securing another victory from the box to push his lead to 10. A truly surprising turn for a player usually sitting way lower on the ladder. Phantom is refusing to buckle, putting up a fight to keep this series within reach. He's certainly not letting his superior ranking go to waste now. Another fast reaction from him, keeping the rally alive as soon as the round started. Unbelievable. He somehow scrapes through that absolute war of attrition with nearly nothing left in the tank. He's really fighting through a rough stretch of losses today. That's a total shutdown by Ignis, leaving him just a single round away from victory. This is certainly a stark contrast to how things started. Phantom manages to extend the game, refusing to let the series end just yet. A quick recovery to keep the pressure on. He is refusing to go down easily, keeping himself in the fight with another victory. He's really clawing his way back into this one. Absolutely insane. He clutches out this brutal fight with almost nothing left to seal the series. He just refused to stay dead, walking away from those brushes with almost nothing left. Absolute grit to get this one over the line. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy for a duel between Vortex and Ignis, with the favorite looking to dominate. Vortex owns a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchups, taking 78% of the rounds they've played together. It's unusual to see such a clear historical advantage not show up on the board immediately. We'll see if that experience eventually kicks in for him. Vortex is pulling ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The skill gap is clearly visible here given the disparity in their ratings. Things are perfectly balanced right now, and Ignis looks like he can hold his own in this series. Unreal. He barely survives that absolute slugfest to take the lead. He is definitely fighting the lower rating with every single round. Vortex is back in it, making it a deadlock. He's certainly putting that top 5 ranking to use. Vortex closed back a slim lead at 4-3. That first map victory today clearly gave him an edge. He's completely taken over now, securing his 3rd straight round with a spotless finish. That's a brutal way to start the second half of the match. A complete shutdown as the momentum fully shifts to the leader. This reads exactly like their last meeting today. He's just completely in control now, picking up his 5th straight victory. It's been a tough day for the lower ranked players so far. A tough exchange for the leader, giving his opponent some breathing room before the break. A crucial point to keep his hopes alive moving into the break. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, it's exactly what we expected to see. He's really starting to pull away from Ignis as the favorite here. Time to see a change in momentum. Vortex has been struggling quite a bit lately, posting a 12-23 record over the last day. It's clear he's fighting his own fatigue even while maintaining a comfortable lead. He'll need to shake off that sluggish form if he wants to close this out quickly. Vortex extends his grip to a 9-6 advantage. That's another victory for the higher rated player tonight. He's refusing to give up, chipping away at that deficit. That was a lightning fast exchange to keep things interesting. He's showing some serious grit, absorbing damage to bring the score within 1. The underdog is making a real statement here. Vortex gets the better of him from the wine, shutting down that little surge from Ignis. The top 5 seed is starting to exert his will here. Vortex is putting a lot of pressure on the clock, ending these fights faster and faster. That consistency from the top 5 seed is really starting to show. He just effortlessly picks up another one from the wine, putting him 1 round away from victory. Ignis manages to hold his ground and digs in for another point. Quick reaction there to break the pressure. What a finish! He shuts the door on the series with a perfect final blow. Ignis put up a huge fight, but he just couldn't find a way to close out that gap in the end. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Vortex wastes no time getting an early lead, catching Phantom completely exposed on the ramp. The top-rated guy in the league is going to need a plan. Phantom holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history, but he's clearly struggling to maintain that dominance today. It's a surprising contrast considering he's the top seed on the ladder. Let's see if he can actually close the gap. Vortex is really putting on a clinic, securing another clean win from the ramp. He's clearly carrying a lot of momentum from that recent win on Orange. Vortex is just too sharp right now, catching him again as he tried to push out from the ramp. It's looking like a repeat of their previous encounter today. Vortex is just unstoppable right now, picking him right off the Tetris. He's really taking advantage of his opponent's slow start today. Finally a breakthrough for Phantom, digging in to carve out some ground. He needs to start stacking these wins to justify the pre-match hype. Vortex really just owned that ramp, barely giving Phantom a chance to react. He's really feeling the weight of that loss on Orange. Phantom keeps the pressure on, showing real grit to bring the score closer. He's fighting a tough uphill battle despite the initial expectations. That's a pair of wins now as he continues to narrow the gap. Vortex needs a quick response to keep things from spiraling. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that early deficit to even the score. Vortex manages to steady himself, claiming another round and regaining a slight edge. He's really putting together a strong run of form today. We're locked in at 6-6. This isn't going exactly how people expected. Given Vortex's current hot streak, it's been an incredibly balanced fight, and now it's just a toss-up for the second half. A complete reset for both players. He's continuing this charge, taking a lead in the second half with another clean exchange. He's showing why he entered this server as the heavy favorite. Vortex is putting on a serious show today, simply refusing to let Phantom get any comfortable footing. The #1 seed is really fighting for his life right now. What a response! He takes total control of this exchange to push ahead in the score. This is definitely the kind of composure we expect from a top seed. A dead heat, Vortex just clawed his way back to 8-8. Neither side has truly been able to pull away today. Vortex manages to secure that ramp position once again, and it's really starting to pay off for him. The gap in their overall records is starting to feel irrelevant. Just a lightning-fast response there to bring everything level at 9-9. That was a ridiculously fast exchange to settle the dust. A wild exchange on the ramp, but he comes out completely unscathed to take the lead. He is definitely proving why he's the higher-rated player today. And just like that, Phantom ties it up at 10-all. His recent form has been significantly stronger lately. Vortex is really finding his stride here, putting a lot of pressure on the world #1. It is simply another hard-fought battle for the rank 1 player. Another fast reflex win for Vortex, who just put him in a terrifying position. It's a tough spot to be in for the favorite player. He refuses to go down without a fight, clawing back into this game. He's finally starting to look like the player we expected today. What a way to close it out. Vortex seals the victory with a superb finish from the ramp. He just couldn't find a way to put this one away. To see the top seed drop another set to this guy is wild. What a match. Welcome to the league. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Emotion mid Phantom enters this one, boasting a win rate of 70% on this specific map. It's a massive advantage given how comfortably he's historically handled this pairing. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep up this early pressure. Emotion mid. Ignis is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. This looks like a repeat of their recent clash on Dunes. We've got a dead heat here. It's a complete toss-up as they head into the 5th. The #1 rated player is starting to assert himself. Phantom barely holds the edge at 3-2. His dominant history in this pairing is starting to show. Absolutely wild. He barely claws through that exchange to level the series. Ignis looks determined to flip the script on their long-term head-to-head. Ignis takes a slim 4-3 lead into the 7th. It's rare to see the league leader struggle this much. And just like that, Phantom equalizes to make it 4-4. Ignis has a tough climb today, looking at his 4-8 record so far. Emotion mid Phantom is really starting to pile up the pressure here, extending his lead as we approach the midpoint. Emotion mid. He is just completely taking over now, putting up a 3-round run to secure a 2-round cushion. Another victory from the boxes, putting him on a real roll as we head toward the interval. The top seed is firmly in control now. Emotion mid, we head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, the top seed is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's maintaining a steady pace and looks comfortably in charge of the series. Emotion mid. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Emotion mid Phantom's recent daily record of 26-10 proves that he's still a force to be reckoned with. It's clear he's shaking off those earlier losses and reclaiming his stride in this match. Ignis is simply running out of answers right now. Emotion mid. That's another one for Ignis, who is refusing to back down today. He's absolutely clawing his way back into this match. Phantom pulls ahead again, pushing the tally to 9-7. It's hard to shake that massive historical gap between these two. Phantom is just cruising now, extending it to 10-7. His current ranking really highlights the gap in skill here. He's just in a different gear now, putting together another effortless round to secure a commanding lead. Unreal. He almost lets that one slip, but barely survives the fight to reach match point. Talk about a nail biter. He barely walked away from that fight. Huge blow to the leader's momentum as Ignis shuts him down from the red. What a finish. He digs deep to secure the victory after almost losing that fight. He's finally shaking off that cold streak and looks like the world #1 again. Ignis fought hard but just couldn't find the consistency to keep pace. Welcome everyone! We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off on fast aim, with Vortex entering as the strong favorite today. Vortex currently holds a massive edge in their head-to-head record, winning nearly 80% of their matchups. It's a gap that seems to weigh heavily on Ignis whenever they square off. We'll see if the underdog can finally find a way to break that trend today. He secures another one from the ramp, building a formidable lead early on. He's currently sitting high at number 4 on the ladder. Ignis puts up a fight and picks him right off the toolbox. That's a critical stop for the underdog right there. Vortex is just dominating with a huge 4-1 cushion. Coming off a highly successful run today, including that win over Phantom. Vortex secures the kill from the ramp, and the gap is only widening as we head toward the midpoint. The raw skill gap is evident as the higher seed takes control. Vortex wipes the floor with him on the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. The higher rated side is putting on a clinic right now. Absolutely untouchable from that ramp, taking the lead to 7-1. The pressure is mounting for the 21st seed here. He just can't find an answer for those ramp shots, extending the lead to 8-1. The experience advantage is clearly showing in these exchanges. A quick reaction here to put a stop to that run. He's struggling to maintain that upper half standing tonight. Ignis manages to drag him down from the ramp to keep this momentum going. The gap is narrowing a bit after that exchange. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the books saw this going. He looked much sharper throughout the opening half, and the skill gap is definitely showing. Ignis needs a strong start here. Vortex has a substantial lead in their last 10 games, winning 70% of them. Well, that recent form is coinciding perfectly with the high ground he's established here. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to close this distance before the finish line. Vortex is really putting on the pressure here, leaving Ignis with a mountain to climb. His current run of form is making this look like a breeze. These last few rounds have been incredibly fast. Neither player is giving the other any time to breathe. Completely clean finish that puts him on the verge of closing the map. The consistency he's shown today is just frightening. Unbelievable. Vortex shuts it all down with a perfect shot to close out the match. The higher ranked player just looked way too sharp. He's really riding a wave of momentum right now. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on orange for this match. Phantom boasts a 63% lifetime win rate, which gives him a strong foundation for this series. It's interesting because that dominance hasn't always translated into victories against Vortex lately. He'll need to keep this lead to avoid another repeat of their last meeting. Vortex is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely proving that his recent 80% success rate is no fluke. He is completely taking over the server, securing another victory to build his lead. It's a tough start for the #1 seed on the ladder. A fast response here to bring the score back to 2-3. The top seed is finally starting to find his footing. And just like that, Phantom evens things up at 3-3. Vortex has really been the one holding the edge in their recent head-to-heads. Vortex grabs the lead back, pushing it to 4-3. We're back in a deadlock. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other in this one. The world #1 is refusing to let this slip. Phantom claws back ahead, now leading 5-4. The overall head-to-head record heavily favors the top seed. What a frantic exchange, but he outlasts his opponent to extend that winning streak. His higher rating is starting to weigh heavily on this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. This is a total reversal of the pre-match hype. Vortex looked like the safe bet coming in, but he just cannot keep up with the pace right now. Time for a fresh start. Phantom has really dominated their history with a 61% win rate across thousands of meetings. But seeing as Vortex beat him in their very last duel, that psychological advantage is definitely shifting. We'll see if he can sustain this push. Phantom is comfortably in control at 9-6. The top-rated player is certainly making his mark today. Vortex is really struggling to put up any resistance right now. The #1 seed is really asserting his authority here. He's just cruising through this side of the map, picking up another win to keep the momentum high. Pure perfection from the leader, putting him just one step away from victory. Expectations are being met in a big way. And there it is, a flawless finish to seal the series for the top seed. He looked totally in control from start to finish, really proving that those sub-second reactions are on another level. Welcome to Italy. For today's duel, we have Phantom and Ignis facing off with the top-seeded favorite looking strong today. Phantom holds a staggering 87% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that's why he's sitting at the top of our rating list. We'll have to see if Ignis can disrupt that pattern today. He's just completely taken over the early part of this match. He's looking sharp despite that tough 5-13 loss against Vortex. A perfect response from the top seed who refuses to let this match slip away. It's tough for the underdog to stay this aggressive throughout. A fierce exchange there, but he manages to scramble through and secure another round. And he does it again. We are all square now as the comeback continues. The momentum has completely shifted back to the higher ranked player. Absolute lightning, fast reflex to grab a 4th straight for the top seed. A clean read to put things back on even ground. Tough break for the lower ranked player to maintain this level of play. He's showing incredible grit, taking the lead and moving ahead to 5. He is simply too fast right now, putting his opponent away in a blink. It's starting to look like a one-sided affair. Simply untouchable right now, securing another victory as he heads into the break. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the second half. Well, everything is playing out as predicted so far. The number 1 seed is just consistently cleaner on his shots, leaving Ignis with a steep mountain to climb. Time for a quick reset. Phantom has looked incredibly strong with a 26-9 record in the last day. It shows why he started the second half with such a tight grip on the game now. We just have to see if Ignis can actually find a way to put a dent in that lead. The resurgence is real as he stays aggressive to keep the pressure on. The gap on the ladder doesn't seem to be helping him right now. He walks away from that fight completely unscathed, maintaining his control of the series. He's putting on a clinic, shutting down that mini run with a point-blank burst. The class difference between these two is becoming very evident. What a scramble! He barely clings to life in that chaotic firefight to secure another round. He's showing a lot of heart to stay in this fight. He simply refuses to let up, clearing that Tetris platform with ease to extend the gap. He's certainly playing the part of the favorite today. A total shutdown there, putting him just 1 round away from the victory.
What a finish! He closes out the server to take the victory.
Ignis really tried to dig in his heels, but he just couldn't keep up with those crazy reaction times today. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Vortex dominates this rivalry with a 78% win rate overall. It's no surprise he's coming in with so much confidence after crushing Ignis in their previous encounter today. Let's see if Ignis can actually find a way to break that cycle. Ignis has surged ahead, pushing the score to 2-1. Vortex is usually much more imposing than this. We're back to a dead heat. Both players are fighting for every single round here. He's certainly leaning into that top 5 ladder placement right now. Ignis is playing perfectly from that elevated spot, keeping a very slim lead. Ignis is looking much sharper than he did in that first encounter today. Ignis is really pulling away now with a 4-2 cushion. The odds are definitely shifting as he continues to struggle. Vortex claws back to make it 3-4. A tough afternoon so far for Ignis with a 4-11 record. Ignis has struggled throughout his last few matches, coming into today with a rough 4-11 record, but he's clearly ignoring those ghosts and playing some of his best game of the day. He's making a strong case for himself despite the ranking difference. Ignis is putting a real stranglehold on this 6-4 lead. He's really defying the odds tonight compared to their long-term history. We are seeing a real back-and-forth battle here, with neither player able to put together a consistent run. We're all tied up at 6-6, heading into the break, and honestly it's impressive to see Ignis holding his own like this given the ranking gap. He's refusing to let the higher seeded player run away with the game. Fresh start, let's get into it. Vortex just reclaimed the edge, moving ahead 7-6. Hard to ignore that ranking disparity as the gap widens. Ignis answers right back, leveling the score at 7-0. The top 4 spot on the ladder is feeling a lot less secure right now. The momentum has completely shifted toward Ignis, and he's quickly building a real cushion here. And now we're completely locked at 8 apiece. This is a much closer contest than their usual history suggests. Ignis takes a slim 9-8 lead here. He's really fighting the downward trend from those recent losses. That was an absolute blur of a round. Ignis is on a roll and looking more dangerous by the second. He's completely untouchable right now, securing his 3rd straight round in a row. Another effortless straight for Ignis, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. What a scrap! He barely manages to survive that chaotic exchange to keep the dream alive. That was a high-tension fight to get things moving again. Unbelievable, Ignis survives a total war of a trade to close the series right here. He just completely rewrote the script for this rivalry to come out on top after that blowout earlier today is just massive. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have a great matchup today as Phantom takes on Vortex to see who comes out on top. What a fight! Vortex barely clings to life after that chaotic exchange to take the opening round. Phantom is currently the top-rated player in the league. It's no surprise that he's holding a commanding lead in their career matchups. We'll see if Vortex can use this early exchange to shake his confidence. Vortex is on a roll, leading 2-1. The favorite is certainly feeling the pressure early here. Vortex is just dominating, sitting pretty at 3-1. Vortex is really making his mark in this series. Phantom answers back quickly here, keeping this a very tight race early on. The top-rated man in the world is starting to tighten his grip. Two aggressive players fighting for the same ground, and Vortex just comes out on top in that scramble. Vortex is really playing the spoiler today. Vortex holds a thin lead as we hit round 7. He's looking quite strong after a dominant 13-6 victory earlier today. Vortex has really struggled over the last day, going 12-23 in his recent matches. Well, that's making this current lead even more impressive, given how poorly he's been playing. He's certainly defying the odds right now. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 5 apiece. The world number 1 is starting to assert his dominance. Phantom finds a way to clear him off the ramp, putting the pressure on as we head into the final round of the half. Everything seems to be clicking for him right now. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly the underdog is really shaking things up here. He's looking sharp, especially after that 4-round run to take control of the map. Vortex needs a spark here. Phantom is really starting to pull away from the pack here, having completely shut down the ramp on that last encounter. Phantom is now cruising with a healthy 4-round cushion. He's just mirroring the result from their previous run-in earlier today. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another huge win to widen the gap. He's really making his top-tier rank felt in this series. He just can't find an answer for this onslaught, bringing the tally to 11-5. He's really showing why he sits at the top of our ladder. Vortex finally breaks that streak, getting his first win in a while. He's definitely proving he can hang with the best today. Phantom is back in control, knocking his opponent off the ramp to secure match point. A quick, efficient cleanup there. A close scramble, but he manages to edge out a victory to keep the fight going. Vortex is fighting for every single point right now. Unreal. That was an absolute slugfest, and he somehow barely walks away from the wreckage. He's keeping the dream alive with some nail-biting finishes. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Vortex survives by a hair to keep the streak alive. His nerve is absolutely still right now. And that's it. Phantom closes the door on the series with a perfect finish. He had a few scary moments, but he just proved that his map control is on another level today. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on red line today with Phantom and Ignis facing off, though the favorite looks strong. Phantom gets the better of him from the boxes to open things up. His current top ranking is showing early on. Phantom is just too fast right now, catching him quickly from the ramp to take a commanding early lead. He just clears the ramp out with a lethal burst to keep this streak alive. The gap in experience is showing here. Finally, a response from Ignis, securing a fast pick to shake things up. A necessary push to prove he can compete here. Phantom is just completely in control of this series right now. The head-to-head history is heavily stacked in his favor. A grit and grind battle that goes his way, showing some real toughness in this series. A solid response to keep this thing competitive. Phantom handles the exchange from that high ground, really putting the pressure back on Ignis. His recent track record here is nearly spotless. Phantom has a staggering 26-9 record over the last day. It's no surprise he's bringing that same level of precision to this server. He's looking absolutely untouchable as he continues to snowball through this half. Another effortlessly won frame for the favorite, extending the lead to 8-2. The matchup feels like a replay of their last encounter. He's simply too sharp, continuing a blistering run right before the break. The #1 seed is really flexing his muscles today. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead heading into the break. Well, he's completely outclassing Ignis just like we thought he would. It's hard to ignore that historic head-to-head dominance when he's playing this well. Time for a reset from Ignis. What a scrap. He barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. His top seed status is really coming through in these clutch moments. Ignis just can't find a way to get a footing here, and he's really sliding on this map. The difference in rating really defines this whole series. That was instantaneous. He's just one step away from victory. Total shutdown in that exchange. And there it is. He closes out the map with a final lethal exchange to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled that defense today. Poor Ignis never really stood a chance against that kind of firepower. Welcome to the arena. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off today to see who takes the win. Wow, what a fight. Ignis clings to life with a tiny bit of health left after securing that victory from the ramp. Vortex has an incredible 78% lifetime win rate against this opponent. He's really trying to push that dominance after dropping a close one in their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can play the spoiler again. Vortex is steadily pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. The top 5 seed is starting to look like the favorite here. Unbelievable efficiency from him. That's 3 straight wins to really seize control of the match. It's a complete reversal of their most recent series. He just keeps rolling, picking Ignis right off the Tetris to keep the streak alive. He's looking like every bit of that top 5 ranking. A swift response from Ignis, showing a lot of heart to keep this fight going. A very clean set of shots to close that one out. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-2. Ignis had that momentum in their last encounter, but things look different here. Vortex has had a rough run today coming into this series on a 3-match skid. He's really using this map and this particular opponent to get his confidence back. It'll be a huge relief for him if he can wrap this up quickly. He manages to secure this one from the Tetris, slowing things down a bit. He's definitely finding some answers for that top 5 skill gap. Ignis is putting on a strong show right now, clawing back his way into the game with a great pair of rounds. A tough shift for a guy sitting at 5th on the ladder. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's holding a slim advantage, which fits the pre-game script. We'll see if he can widen that gap after the side switch. Let's see if Ignis can push back. He's refusing to go away, walking away from that engagement completely unscathed. That's a huge confidence boost for the underdog. Absolutely incredible persistence from Ignis, who has fought his way back to a deadlock at 7 apiece. Vortex edges ahead again to claim an 8-7 lead. It's tough to shake those recent results today. Vortex extends his lead to 9-7 and feels strong. He's proving too much of a challenge for someone sitting at rank 20. Huge shift in power as he pushes the advantage to a 3-round skid for his opponent. He really needed to shake off those 3 losses from earlier today. He's just completely taken over this half, putting his opponent in a deep hole. It's looking more like their typical head-to-head dynamic. He's just on another level right now, putting the pressure on as he secures a huge match point. Oh, total shutdown of any hope for a comeback here. Game over. He closes it out with total precision to seal the victory. That's exactly what he needed to get the momentum swinging back in his favor after a rough start to the day. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who takes the win. Frantic trade of damage ends with Phantom barely clinging to life to take the first. The top seed is showing that early Phantom enters this series with a 26-9 record from the last day. It's clear he's bringing a lot of confidence into this specific matchup, especially since he managed to shut down Vortex in their most recent encounter. What an absolute war. Both players were practically dead, but Vortex edges it out in the end. We're seeing a bit more fight from the 5th ranked player now. And we're deadlocked at 2 apiece heading into round 5. The number 1 seed is looking a bit shaky after that opening stretch. Phantom holds a thin lead as we head back in. He's currently sitting at the top of the ladder for a reason. Vortex needs to find an answer quickly, or he'll be staring down a very steep hill. Phantom has clearly got the mental edge in this rivalry. Both players traded heavy shots here, but he manages to shut things down for a huge momentum shift. Vortex is dealing with a tough run of form today. Absolutely crushing it right now, and that's 4 in a row for him. His current form is which justifies that top spot. Unbelievable. That was an absolute slugfest, and Vortex somehow pulls through with a sliver of health. He's fighting through a tough 13-22 run today. Phantom holds a huge lead in their career history with over 2,300 total wins against his opponent. I mean, it's that kind of historical dominance that usually makes the pressure feel heavier for the underdog. Vortex will need a strong response here to stay in the game. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. The pre-match predictions had Vortex taking this one, but he's looking completely lost right now. A huge 62% win rate on this map is really showing for the top seed. Phantom is just relentlessly dominating this 9-4 stretch. The gap in their overall ratings is becoming very apparent here. Phantom's now sitting comfortably on top with a 9-5 lead. Vortex is refusing to go quietly tonight. Vortex has found a second win here and he's starting to chip away at that lead. The top 5 on the ladder are certainly putting on a show. He's completely on fire, putting together a 3-round surge to close the distance. The pressure is really mounting for the frontrunner now. He answers back immediately with a clean headshot to put the momentum back in his favor. Vortex shows a lot of heart here, surviving a chaotic exchange to keep the pressure on. Vortex is proving he can hang with a top 3 talent. Phantom played that perfectly, using the ramp to secure the vantage point and the round. Both players are really fighting for every inch of ground today. Complete shutdown of that rally, leaving him just a single victory away from the map. And there it is, a pristine finish to cap off the series and seal the deal for Phantom. He just couldn't be shaken. Vortex pushed him to the limit late, but the number 1 seed proved too consistent. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off today, though the favorite looks very strong. Phantom takes the opening round with a clean read from the ramp. He's really dominating the all-time head-to-head here. Ignis quickly levels things up, shutting down that attempt from the wine box. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against the world #1. Phantom has gone 26-9 over the last day. It's clearly a stark contrast to Ignis, who has struggled to find any consistency lately. We just have to see if he can find a way to slow this momentum down. Ignis just kept his composure and took that face-to-face battle on the ramp to bring things even closer. A dead heat. Now Ignis has completely erased the gap. A real test of nerves for the top seed right now. The momentum has completely shifted. That is 3 straight for Ignis. A massive turnaround from that 13-3 loss they shared earlier today. Phantom answers right back from the wine box to bring us back to a stalemate. That's a strong response from the world #1. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 9. We're seeing that gap in the ladder rankings translate to the server. Ignis keeps his focus and manages to pull him off the window for another point. Everything is wide open for the underdog right now. Phantom barely clings to that slim 1-round lead. Expectations are meeting reality as the #1 seed takes control. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, it's a close scoreline, but he's still comfortably meeting the high expectations we had coming in. Ignis kept it competitive, but the top seed is simply too precise. Let's see who hits their mark first. Phantom holds a fragile 1-point cushion as we restart. Ignis is really digging in his heels today. Phantom is quickly regaining his footing, punishing that high position on the ramp. It's a tough mountain to climb for the 21st seed. Phantom maintains his grip with an 8-7 advantage. The #1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom finds his mark from the ramp to keep things moving in his favor. A clear difference in class we're seeing here. Phantom is putting some serious distance between himself and Ignis now, taking that duel straight up on the ramp. He's really punishing a player who struggled today. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, making it look effortless with another lightning-fast reaction. He's just too strong, converting another huge round from the ramp to put himself on the brink of victory. Just completely flawless as he puts the pressure on. What a finish. He shuts the door completely to seal the victory. He's just in a different league right now, really proving that those top rankings are well-deserved. Welcome everyone! We're on Dunes today for a match between Vortex and Ignis. Let's see if the underdog can pull an upset. Vortex has a massive lead in their historical matchups, winning 78% of the time they meet. It's a stark contrast to how Ignis has been performing in his most recent games. We'll see if he can finally bridge that gap today. He is simply outclassing the competition right now, securing a third straight round without taking any damage. A sharp response here, and the underdog finally gets one on the board. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite now. Vortex is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. That gap in their overall rating is starting to feel very real. Another prompt piece of work by Ignis, who refuses to let this match slip away. He's putting up a serious fight, digging deep to claw back into this series. He's certainly proving he can handle the heat against a top-tier opponent. Unreal. He's completely leveled the playing field with that clean shot. Total reset from here as we head into the 9s. He's just too fast today, securing another win to move into a 1-round lead. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable in this series. Total lockdown from the challenger, securing his 5th straight point in a row. The higher seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Vortex snaps the run with a clean finish, narrowing the gap to 5-6. He's definitely showing why he's ranked in the top 5 currently. We are locked in at 6-6 as we head to the break. I mean, the higher rank isn't really showing yet. Ignis is punching above his weight, keeping pace perfectly with the favorite through 12 rounds. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex barely holds the edge at 7-6 now. The difference in their recent form is stark, with only a 20% clip lately. Vortex has put together a strong sequence of 4 rounds, a result that aligns perfectly with his current 60% form over his last 10 games. It's becoming harder for Ignis to find a way back into the series. Ignis continues his gritty rally, refused to stay down as he secures another point. He manages to claw back a critical round here. Vortex is quickly reclaiming his lead, picking Ignis right off the box to widen the gap. He's staying incredibly stubborn in this fight, narrowing the gap once again. Things are getting incredibly tense as we head into the final stretch. Vortex secures a 2-point cushion over Ignis now. It feels like the natural order of things is returning. Just won't stay down, securing another round to stay within striking distance. That's some incredible timing to keep the dream alive. That was incredibly fast. Vortex is really asserting his authority in these quick trades. Ignis just completely erased him from the server to keep this comeback attempt alive. That was an incredibly tight exchange to bring it back to a 1-round game. Chaotic exchange that ends with the underdog finally evening the score. Absolute deadlock as the server is completely reset. He's completely taken over the map, putting himself one step away from victory. The underdog is putting on a complete clinic in the closing stages. A perfect response by the higher seed to force this into extra time. A complete nail-biter for these two today. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite here. The skill gap really shows when he needs to close things out. What a response! He's simply refusing to quit, bringing this series back to a complete deadlock at 13-13. Vortex handles that cleanly, pulling the trigger on Ignis while he was perched up high. The ladder gap between these two has never felt more evident. A total shutdown of the challenger as soon as the round began. Confidence is returning to the top seeds game now. The pressure is starting to weigh on the challenger. Unbelievable. He slams the door shut on this series to take the victory. He really pushed him to the limit in overtime, but the top seed just had too much experience in the clutch. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy today for a clash between Phantom and Vortex. Phantom enters as the favorite here. Phantom really dominates the head-to-head history with a huge lead of over 700 rounds. But Vortex seems to have a different plan for this specific encounter. We'll see if the top-rated player can shake off this slow start. Vortex is holding a slim lead with 2 rounds. He is definitely coming in with a lot of confidence today. The momentum has completely flipped. After a shaky start, Phantom is starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Vortex pushes ahead, holding onto that narrow 3-2 edge. The 5-ranked man is playing with a lot of fearlessness here. And with deadlocked, Phantom finally catches up to make it 3-all. A very intense battle between the 2 top players in the league. Phantom is starting to put some serious pressure on here, taking total control of the pace. Absolute deadlock now. They're tied up at 4 apiece. His level of play is surprising given those recent losses to the top seed. Phantom claims the lead, putting himself up 5-4. Coming off a very hot 26-9 run today. Vortex is not letting Phantom get comfortable, quickly shutting him down from the 1 position. Vortex strikes back, reclaiming a slim 1-round advantage. The top seed is feeling the heat right now. Vortex takes the lead going into the break. 7-5. This is exactly what the pre-match predictions suggested. We're seeing the favorite prove why he's the top pick right now. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Vortex clings to a tight one-round lead. The higher rated player is finally stabilizing. Phantom normally holds a 63% all-time win rate, which underscores how surprising this deficit really is. It's clear he's struggling to impose that usual dominance. The pressure is building for the world #1 to finally mount a comeback. We are completely level now. Phantom has fought back to 8-8. He's really digging in to protect that top spot. Vortex is staying incredibly sharp, refusing to let the world #1 pull away from him. Vortex pulls ahead, putting a 2-round cushion on it. Vortex is definitely finding a way to defy the usual odds makers today. Vortex barely keeps a step ahead, leading 10-9. Both of these guys have been putting in long hours today. Phantom is really starting to chain these together, making things very uncomfortable for Vortex right now. Another spotless round for the top seed, extending that hot streak to 3. What a scramble. He barely holds on to edge out that victory and puts himself just 1 round away from the win. That was a fight to the finish, barely holding on. Vortex keeps his hopes alive with a perfect response, delaying the end of this series. Unbelievable! Phantom shuts it all down from the wine to secure the victory. He almost let it slip, but that composure at the very end saved him from a massive upset. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off, though Phantom enters this match as the clear favorite. Phantom owns the head-to-head record with an 87% win rate against Ignis. It makes this early lead from the underdog even more surprising. We have to see if Ignis can actually maintain the pressure now. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, firmly taking control here. He looks a lot more comfortable than he did in his last few games. He just wipes the floor with his opponent, knocking him off the box to secure a 3rd straight win. The top seed is really starting to put the pressure on. Absolutely oppressive. He is simply too fast for Ignis right now. This looks like a repeat of their last encounter. Ignis shows a lot of heart, tracking Phantom down and picking him off the Tetris. A quick response there to get back in the game. He's refusing to back down, putting together 2 straight wins to close the gap. This is the first time the underdog has looked this lethal today. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He is proving the pre-match predictions completely wrong. Phantom shuts things down quickly, picking the opponent right off the box. Oh, total shutdown. Ignis is showing some serious grit as he levels this matchup. Everything is back to a dead heat as we head toward the break. Phantom manages to edge ahead just in time. That's an incredible pace for someone sitting at 21st in our rating. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, the world #1 is holding his own, but he isn't pulling away yet. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep this fight going. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom manages to outplay the higher ground and secures the advantage. The world leader has been in stellar form today, boasting a 26-9 record. Ignis is showing incredible resilience, producing a flawless side picture to level the playing field. Phantom regains the lead, putting him up 8-7. He's really putting that top tier ranking to the test. Phantom really dominates this matchup, holding a staggering 107-16 lifetime record against Ignis. Well, this current 2-round streak shows that the favorite is finally shifting the momentum back in his favor. It'll be tough for Ignis to claw back from here. Ignis keeps the momentum shifting, ending the duel without losing a single point of health. Phantom is quickly shutting down any hopes of a comeback, putting another significant gap between himself and the opponent. He reacts just a bit faster to claim his 2nd straight win, moving within striking distance of the finish. Game over. He secures the final kill from the Tetris to seal the deal. Ignis really pushed the pace for a while, but that sheer experience at the top always tells in the end. Welcome to the show. We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off on orange, and the favorite is looking strong today. Vortex has won 78% of their career matchups against this opponent. It's clearly been a struggle for Ignis to find any answers whenever these two meet. We just need to see if the underdog can actually shift that trend today. Vortex is really starting to pull away now. Hard to forget a rough stretch of 5 straight losses for him. These early exchanges are incredibly quick. Neither player is giving the other any time to breathe. Vortex holds a slim 1-round lead over Ignis. The gap in their ladder rankings really starts to feel relevant here. Unbelievable, Ignis barely survives that absolute brawl to even the series. He's really playing above his usual level in this series. A complete shutdown, he is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Tough time to be a fan of the 5-ranked player right now. He answers right back, bringing the score even. Both players have been struggling today, but things are dead even right now. Ignis has just seized a narrow 1-round advantage. Looking at his recent 5-loss run, he's really playing out of his mind. A total stalemate now as they sit locked at 5 apiece. Ignis is fighting a mountain of a deficit today. Vortex is starting to put a real stranglehold on this match as the half approaches. It's becoming a tough day for the 21st ranked player. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He looks steady, though Ignis is definitely putting up a fight to keep this one close. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Vortex claims another one to push ahead 7-6. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. He's really fighting the tide of his recent 5-loss stretch. A massive swing from Ignis to make it 7-0. This is a massive shift in confidence for the lower ranked player. He's completely taken over, securing his 3rd straight round with an effortless shot. Vortex answers back with a tidy kill to bring this set right back to a draw. Vortex pulls forward once more to grab a 9-8 lead. A tough stretch of losses is weighing on him today. Ignis claws back and we're completely tied at 9. It is a complete toss-up at the moment. Vortex is really starting to exert his authority as we head into the final stretch. Vortex has the wind in his sails now, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis to answer back immediately. He is just cruising now, securing a total shutdown to reach 12. The pressure is clearly mounting for the underdog. He refuses to just fold, digging deep to keep this dream alive. A high impact way to keep his hopes alive. Game over. Vortex shuts the door with one final shot to secure the series. Ignis really pushed him to the limit there, putting up a valiant effort despite the historical disadvantage. What a match! Welcome everyone. We've got a great match on Mappas today between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see if the favorite can keep the momentum. Phantom heads into this with a massive 61% head-to-head advantage. So it's a bit surprising to see the top-rated player starting on the back foot here. Vortex will be looking to leverage that early confidence to pull off another upset. Vortex is just simply faster to the mark, putting Phantom on his heels even when he tried to use the ramp. Coming off a hot 9-game streak. It's a cold start for him. A brutal exchange here, but he walks away with a commanding lead. The top seed is really struggling to find any answers right now. Finally an answer from the veteran, who just walked right through that engagement. The high ground ladder standing really gives the favorite a huge safety net. He's staying strong and doesn't let the pressure get to him, continuing a fast start to this recovery. Unreal, he clears the ramp and finally forces a tie game. Exactly the kind of response you expect from a high seed player. He is simply on fire right now, taking a lead for the first time in this match. A huge shift in energy compared to the start of the map. He's completely taken over the server, extending this surge to 5 consecutive rounds. Vortex is clearly feeling the weight of the rating difference here. A tight duel, but Vortex manages to outlast him to close the gap. That's quite a contrast to his 15-21 run today. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece as they reset. He's really playing like a peer to the world #1 today. Vortex is completely in control now, strolling toward the break with another effortless win. Just a complete shutdown to wrap up the first half. We're all square at 6-6. Vortex is definitely playing a tighter game than the stats predicted. He's managed to hold his own against the top seed so far, keeping this totally wide open heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Both players went for the same angle, but Vortex was just a hair faster to react. Vortex is really making a case for his 5th place standing. Phantom has been nearly flawless lately with a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. Yet that consistency is completely disappearing as the pressure mounts. It's a worrying trend for the world #1 right now. He is just relentless right now, extending his streak to 3. He's completely disregarding the ranking gap right now. Phantom shuts him down off the ramp, showing some real grit as he continues this climb. He's finally starting to look like the top seed again. He is just refusing to go away, securing another fast win to close this gap. He is simply unstoppable now, leveling the series with a thrilling 3-round rally. Pure chaos for a server that felt completely one-sided a moment ago. Vortex halts the momentum, regaining a slight lead in the series. He's showing exactly why he's top 5 on the ladder. A perfectly timed shot gets him back into a dead heat. A lightning fast reset to get this team back to a deadlock. That was a blur. He secures another one and takes the lead back into his hands. Phantom just can't be stopped, and he now puts himself just a single round away from the victory. Everything is finally clicking for the higher rated competitor. Incredible. He closes out the set with a gritty final exchange to secure the map victory. Vortex really pushed him to the brink, but that one lightning fast flick ended up being the difference maker. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Phantom and Ignis, with the top-seeded favorite looking for another win. Phantom starts strong, securing that first trade from the Tetris. Expected for the top seed on the ladder. Ignis manages to hold a strong angle from the ramp and gets a quick reaction there. A tough road to climb, given that dominant head-to-head history. Ignis is really playing with fire here, taking another quick round from that ramp position. We're all square now with Phantom and Ignis locked up. He's been dominant today, coming into this with a huge 28-8 record. Phantom barely holds the lead now. Looking at the rating difference, it's clear we have the #1 seed in action. Both players decided to fight for the same piece of ground, and Ignis just happened to be faster. Just an absolute battle of wills as we head into the next. Phantom keeps a narrow edge as we move forward. The difference in overall win rates is really starting to show. What a scramble! Phantom barely survives that trade, finally knocking him off the ramp. His recent history suggests a long night ahead for the opponent. He's completely in control now, taking 3 in a row to separate himself. The top seed is showing no signs of letting up. A sharp reaction from Ignis to put an end to that run and keep his hopes alive. The underdog is fighting back for every inch. He's proving very tough to put away, taking another one to close the gap before the break. Absolutely crushing the confidence of the higher seed right now. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly, it's surprisingly close for a pairing with such a huge ranking gap. Phantom is keeping things steady, but he hasn't quite put the underdog away yet. Fresh start for both players now. The two of them ended up in the same spot on the ramp, but Phantom was just a split second quicker. The #1 seed knows exactly how to handle this pressure. What a scramble! Ignis survives by a hair in a chaotic brawl to even the score at 7-7. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life to reclaim the lead. He's really proving why he's the top seed on the ladder. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to outlast him in the chaos. That's already a huge lead in their lifetime head-to-head series. He secures another one from the ramp, firmly reclaiming the momentum in his favor. A really tough time for the #23 spot right now. He puts an exclamation point on this run, securing another victory from the ramp. A total blowout coming from the opponent's perspective. He is simply too quick, extending that winning run to 5 as he puts himself on match point. The sheer pace he's playing with right now is frightening. Ignis shuts that down instantly, picking him right off the ramp. That was a critical snap back to reality for the favorite. Unbelievable. Phantom barely survives this final clash to close out the match. He really lived on the edge today, surviving those close calls more than once to secure the win. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Dunes. Vortex and Ignis are ready to go, though the favorite looks strong today. Vortex holds a massive historical advantage, winning 78% of their head-to-head matchups. The dominant history really explains why the pressure is shifting onto Ignis early. We just have to see if he can find a way to break that trend. Vortex is pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. It's a bold response from him after that rough patch in his recent form. Ignis has a spark of momentum now, completely flipping the script to tie things up early. Vortex claws back into the lead at 3-2. He's certainly playing more like the higher rated player in this one. Vortex is really dominating now with a 4-2 cushion. Ignis has been struggling lately, failing to find a win in 10 matches. Unbelievable. Ignis barely survives that slugfest, clutching out the win with just 2 health left. A huge confidence boost for the number 24 ranked player. Ignis has had a rough 24 hours with only 5 wins across all his matches. While it's clear that struggle is carrying over into this server, he'll need a significant shift in energy to close this gap. Total deadlock. Ignis brings us level at 5 apiece. A rare bright spot for someone who's really struggled lately. That's 3 straight for him, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the break. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, everything about this match suggests the opposite result. Vortex is clearly feeling the heat right now as the underdog takes charge. New side, new energy. Vortex is closing the gap to 6-7. He's definitely using that superior rating to keep things tight. And just like that, Vortex forces a complete reset. A massive contrast in their recent form, given those struggled sets today. Ignis just put the brakes on that mini run by Vortex. He's really fighting to stay in control here. We are completely deadlocked at 8 apiece. Neither player has been able to maintain a rhythm tonight. My word, he almost didn't make it. A brutal exchange that left him with just a sliver of health. A total reversal of the usual dynamic in this pairing. Pure chaos as we hit a stalemate at 9-0. Ignis is fighting for a real slump in his recent sets. Vortex finally edges ahead with the 10-9 lead. The difference in experience is becoming apparent here. It's a total toss-up right now. Neither player is willing to give an inch as we approach the finish line. Ignis is playing some seriously sharp rounds right now, and the momentum is completely on his side. The momentum has shifted completely, and he is now just a single round away from victory. Vortex finds the target and stays alive to prevent the map from ending right here. Refusing to go quietly despite the odds. What a response! He shuts it down completely to force this into extra time. He's certainly putting that top 10 placement to good use tonight. He's taking complete control now, putting together a 3-round burst to reclaim the lead. He's certainly acting like the top 5 player. A huge moment here as Ignis manages to scrape through, forcing the deadlock once more. Unbelievable poise to force this game into overtime. It's just a coin flip at this point, with neither player able to hold an advantage for more than 1 round. Neither of these two is willing to blink first as they push deeper into this overtime battle. A massive grind for the lower ranked side tonight. He closes in with a perfect exchange, putting himself one step closer to victory. The experience gap is definitely showing in these overtime battles. What a finish. Vortex secures the final strike to close out the series. He really had to dig deep for that one. It's a massive relief for the veteran to finally put this series to bed. What a battle. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who takes the win today. Vortex puts the pressure on early, capitalizing on that vertical advantage to snag the opening round. Phantom has been absolutely relentless lately with that 11 win streak. And seeing as he's already beaten Vortex earlier today, he's clearly playing with a massive amount of confidence. We'll see if he can translate that straight into a lead. He's totally in control now, taking the round without taking a single hit. He's definitely looking like the favorite right now. A gritty scramble here, but Vortex manages to come out on top of the fight. He's proving today that the rank gap is narrow. Vortex has the momentum now, taking control of the map by utilizing that high ground advantage. A huge fight for the number 5 ranked player here. Phantom barely holds the lead at 4-3. The world number 1 is simply too sharp today. And we are deadlocked at 4-all. A total flip from how the first match between them went. Vortex is really starting to climb here. taking a narrow lead and putting the pressure back on the world number 1. We've reached a complete standstill at 5 apiece. It's a tight battle considering the gap in their ratings. Phantom just barely edges ahead at 6-5. A lightning fast sequence to keep the... We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from a top tier battle. Vortex is holding his ground well against the world number 1, but the pressure is still on him to close this out. Time to shake it off. Vortex really finds a way to shut things down, taking the duel even with Phantom holding the high ground. Phantom has a massive advantage in their overall history, having won about 61% of their career clashes. It's clear that Vortex is ignoring those numbers and finding a new way to win today. He'll need to keep this momentum if he wants to seal the upset. Vortex is pulling ahead now, leading 9-7. A really solid showing from the 5th seeded player today. This series has become a complete coin toss, with both players trading rounds back and forth. That's a stark contrast to the 28-7 he's put up today. Phantom is starting to look very comfortable here, capitalizing on the high ground again to keep his lead. Vortex clinches the lead, sitting 1 ahead at 10-9. A rare sight given how often the world number 1 dominates this rivalry. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a single point of health after that exchange from the ramp. Vortex just cruised through that exchange to reach match point. He has completely flipped the script on how this match was expected to go. Absolute insanity. He barely survives with a sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. That is just brutal for Vortex to let the lead slip now. What a finish. Vortex secures the final round and claims the match victory. He just showed the whole world why he's in the top 5. To take down the number 1 seed like that is just huge. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Phantom taking on Ignis in a match where the favorite looks very strong. Phantom really has a stranglehold on this rivalry, leading their head-to-head a massive 109-16. It's clear that dominance carries over to the current form as well, with Ignis coming in after a tough string of losses. I wonder if Ignis has any answer to this level of pressure. He's just too fast for him right now. That's a complete shutout so far. Just a brutal contrast in form between the two today. And a quick response here as Ignis clears him off the ramp. A little bit of confidence for the underdog. Now, Phantom is simply cruising along with the 4-1 lead. That rating gap is really showing up in his confidence. Phantom is just too fast, and that ramp is becoming a death trap for Ignis. He's really leaning into that #1 spot on the ladder. And that's a total shut-off as he keeps rolling forward. He's clearly used to this kind of efficiency, coming off a strong 28-7 day. Complete shutdown as he continues to tear through the server. The class difference is on full display today. The momentum is just overwhelming as he secures another clean victory. It's been a rough run for Ignis with just 5 wins in his last 24 games. He's simply unstoppable right now, firing down from the ramp for another dominant win. Looking at the ladder, it's just a different level of play. Another effortless frag, dropping him right off that ramp to reach double digits. He really is living up to that top spot on the ladder. Phantom goes into the breakup 11-1. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's just outclassing his opponent in every exchange, and that 8-round streak really killed any hope of a comeback. Ignis needs to find a spark. Another swift reaction as he puts Ignis in the dirt for match point. A completely clean side of the bracket for the favorite so far. What a way to finish it. He puts him down on the ramp to secure a commanding victory. An absolutely effortless showing there. He just looked way too comfortable on this map from start to finish. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy for this match between Vortex and Ignis, where the heavy favorite looks to keep his streak alive. Vortex owns a massive 78% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's surprising to see that dominance not translate into the very first exchange of this set. We have to wonder if Ignis can actually pull off a major upset today. Vortex has finally found his footing, leading 2-1. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room early on. Vortex edges ahead, pushing the tally to 3-2. His current 5 standing really shows in these high-pressure exchanges. Vortex is really starting to run away with his 4-2 lead. Ignis has been struggling lately, having dropped his last 3 matches today. He's just not letting up, extending that streak to 3 straight. The skill gap is really starting to show in these exchanges. Ignis drags himself back into the fight, finally pulling him off the wine. That was an incredibly crisp exchange to get things moving again. He's completely shut down the momentum, proving he's not going to fold easily. It's becoming a real fight to see who blinks first. Ignis has a tough road to climb with a 520 record over the last day. Well, it's clear that his lack of confidence is starting to leak into these exchanges. We need to see a huge shift in momentum if he's going to salvage this. He's showing great grit to close this gap just before the break. That was a fast, clean victory to put a dent in that lead. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Ignis is definitely playing above his usual level here. While Vortex is the better player on paper, he hasn't been able to put a definitive stamp on this map yet. Let's see who comes out stronger. Unreal. He barely scrapes by with just 3 HP after a brutal battle from the wine. Absolutely heart-stopping to see him clutch that out. The resolve is incredible. He's managed to completely level the playing field at 7-0. The heavy favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He simply refuses to go away, picking the other player off the wine to take an 8-7 lead. It's rare to see this side of the matchup. Vortex claws back and we are tied up at 8. This keeps mirroring that tight clash they just had on Dunes. Vortex regains control with a narrow 9-8 lead. It's a tough spot for someone coming off a rocky run of games. That was a total shutout. He's putting on a clinic to bring things back to a dead-even split. Total chaos. You can't predict a thing with this pair. Vortex pulls ahead by a single round now. He looks like he's finally reclaiming his side of the ladder. Vortex is just too fast for him right now, closing out these exchanges almost instantly. He's really digging in, shutting down the opponent's lead to bring this close. The underdog is really fighting for survival in this one. Ignis is refusing to back down, wiping the slate clean to bring us back to a dead heat. This is turning into a complete nail-biter. He's completely shifted the energy here, bringing himself to a single point from victory. What a response! He takes the final round of regulation to force this game into overtime. This keeps going back and forth regardless of the rank gap. Vortex has a tight grip on things now, putting the pressure right back on the opponent. His overall form has been quite difficult across his last 10 games. He's completely take over this segment, securing another fast victory to extend the run. He's playing like a man who belongs in the top 10. Another flawless snap for Vortex, putting him just a single point away from closing this out. Game over. He closes it out with an effortless final shot to secure the map. Ignis really pushed him to the limit in overtime, but he just couldn't seal the deal. That's one hell of a way to end the day. What a battle. Welcome everyone. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on red line for a great 1v1 clash. Sharp start for the world number 1, making quick work of that opening engagement. He's coming into this one with a huge 28-7 run today. Vortex is really holding his own here, quickly picking Phantom off the ramp to level the score. Vortex is looking confident after their recent 13-10 victory in a similar set. Unreal, Vortex barely scrapes through that battle on the ramp to seize a 2-round lead. Phantom usually dominates this matchup across their career. Phantom clears out that ramp and keeps the score deadlocked. A clean response from the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is really starting to seize control of the server now. It's a stark contrast to that narrow loss they had just now. Things are deadlocked as we head into the next one. Vortex has really shaken his confidence after a tough start to the day. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 8. He's generally owned this specific rivalry over the years. The battle for the ramp was intense, and Vortex manages to come out on top to reclaim the lead. Vortex is definitely proving he can go toe-to-toe with the best. Phantom keeps his slender lead as we enter round 9. Our top seed is really asserting that dominance now. Phantom really has a legendary handle on this rivalry with over 2,000 career wins against Vortex. It's clear the experience advantage is kicking in as he puts more distance between them. It will be tough for Vortex to find a way to break this rhythm. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a surprise to see the underdog putting up a fight against a favorite like this. He's definitely using that 58% map win rate to keep the momentum on his side. Time to see if the momentum sticks. What a fight. Vortex refuses to crumble, surviving a wild trade to barely stay alive with just a sliver of health. That's some serious nerve to hold on to for a survivor like that. Phantom holds that Tetris spot well and puts a bit more distance between them. Vortex is having a decent day overall, though he's trailing in this set. Vortex was absolutely lightning fast there, not letting him get a single shot off. Phantom has been putting up incredible numbers lately, managing a 28-7 record over the last day. It's clear that recent form is giving him a huge psychological edge as the scoreline widens. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure now. Vortex is simply refusing to back down, completely erasing that lead and bringing the score level. That was a total reset of the momentum. Both players tried to claim the high ground, but Phantom managed to outlast him in that scramble. Vortex definitely felt the pressure after a 15-20 day overall. Phantom is really starting to put the squeeze on him now, moving within 2 rounds of the finish line. He's truly showing why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Another quick exchange goes his way, and now he's just a single round away from victory. It's becoming a very one-sided affair for the favorite. Vortex keeps the dream alive, refusing to let the set slip away just yet. A huge breath of air for him in this situation. Game over. Phantom secures the finale with a perfect shot on the ramp to close out the series. Vortex really put the pressure on and kept this one tight until the end. He just couldn't find a way to close it out. Tough loss for him. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Phantom taking on Ignis in a match where the favorite looks very strong. Phantom holds a massive advantage in their history together, having won over 80% of their matchups. It's clear why he enters this duel with so much confidence given those numbers. Let's see if Ignis can finally disrupt that pattern today. A completely effortless round for the man on top, extending his lead to a 3-round shutout. That was a total slugfest, but he survives the encounter to secure his 4th straight win. He's looking sharp after that 13-10 finish against Vortex. Absolute perfection from the leader, who just shut down any hope of a comeback in seconds. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. 6 straight rounds without a single slip-up. He just won't let up. Taking control of this set with a 7th straight victory. He's definitely playing like the top seed today. Simply unbelievable. He just can't be stopped, reaching 8 straight wins. The difference in level is staggering tonight. He's just on a different level today, hitting a 9th consecutive round with nearly 0 effort. Finally, a breakthrough for Ignis, who managed to outduel his opponent in a quick exchange. Phantom has been in an absolute tier throughout the day with a 29-7 record. I mean, it really puts into perspective why the ladder has him sitting at the #1 spot. He's effectively a different class of competitor compared to Ignis. Phantom heads into the break with an 11-1 lead. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's just way too strong for Ignis right now and basically needs 2 more rounds to wrap this up. Time to see if Ignis finds a spark. He answers back immediately, putting himself just 1 victory away from the match. That was a crisp finish to get the momentum back. Ignis wins this trade-off from the box to keep himself in the game. A much-needed push for the trailing player. And there it is, a quick finish to seal the deal and put the series away. He just looked too fast today, and honestly, Ignis never really had an answer for those reactions. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Ignis are ready for battle, though Vortex enters as the clear favorite today. Emotion Mid Vortex is historically dominant here with 105 wins over Ignis. It's almost unheard of for the underdog to secure an early lead given that record. Now we just have to see if Ignis can actually make this a contest Emotion Mid. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, catching Ignis just as he tried to hold the ramp. He's putting his rank 5 status on full display. Absolute control from the top seat, securing another effortless win to extend the streak to 3. Ignis has really been struggling to close out games lately. A clean answer from Ignis to get back into this. Vortex holds a strong 2-round cushion moving forward. His current form is definitely mirroring that 16-12 victory they had just now. Ignis is closing the gap, trailing by just 1. Ignis really needed a strong start after that tough 5:22 run today. Ignis makes the read and drags Vortex right off that box to take an arrow lead. This is an unusual swing for the number 24 seed. He's on fire, picking Vortex right off the ramp to put up a 3-round run. The momentum has completely shifted for the lower rated player here. He just can't find an answer for that height advantage, extending his lead to 6-4. He's truly flipping the script on a player usually so reliable. Keeps the pressure high, cutting him down from the boost as a 5-round streak continues. It's a complete turnaround from their last match on Italy. P. We've got a 7-5 lead for Ignis heading into the break. I mean, this is a total shock, given that Vortex usually wins almost 80% of their encounters. The underdog is playing out of his mind right now. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing real grit now, finally halting that slide to keep this close. Vortex is really fighting to prove why he sits atop the ladder. And just like that, we are completely even. He's refusing to go away quietly. Nick. It's a huge confidence boost for the guy currently sitting outside the top 20. Vortex claws back further, bringing the series to a dead heat. The tension is peaking as we enter the final stretch. Ignis manages to track him down and clear that boost, firmly grabbing hold of a 1-round lead. A surprising shift in form for the lower rated competitor. Emotion Mid Ignis has only managed 5 wins in his last 24 hours, and honestly that means we are watching a massive outlier performance right now. He is playing far above his recent standard to hold this lead. It'll be interesting to see if the pressure finally catches up to him. Emotion Mid. Ignis is really putting a stranglehold on this game, just refusing to let the favorite get any momentum back. That was a lightning fast exchange to put him in control. Vortex just tore through him, staying perfectly healthy while refusing to buckle under the pressure. Vortex continues his charge, wiping the slate clean to bring everything level. absolute chaos as the gap in their expected performance completely vanishes. He's completely locked in, now taking total control of the server to reach match point. This is exactly how the high seed is expected to close a match. Boom! What a way to wrap it up. He shuts the door completely to secure the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He'll be gutted after putting up such a fight. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Vortex comes out strong by securing the height advantage on the toolbox to take the first. A surprising start for the top-seeded player today. Both players fought for a grip on the ramp, but Phantom managed to come out on top. That's the #1 seed asserting his presence early. Phantom has won over 61% of their lifetime encounters. He's typically the one in control when these two clash. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can use his early lead to break that historical trend. Phantom holds a narrow 3-2 edge as we reset. The top seed is looking incredibly sharp right now. He just blew through that defense, dropping his opponent right off the ramp to keep the momentum surging. Absolutely ruthless. That's 4 straight for the favorite, and he's simply outclassing his opponent. He's just unstoppable right now, moving into a commanding lead with 5 straight. The world #1 is really putting on a show here. Vortex finally disrupts the rhythm, claiming a win from atop the toolbox. He's showing exactly why he's currently in the top 5 on the ladder. Vortex is showing some serious grit, catching Phantom right off the ramp for another win. The momentum is shifting away from the heavy favorite right now. Vortex just can't be stopped right now, securing another huge win from the toolbox. It's a total flip from the expected script today. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and he's really proving why he holds that #1 rank. I mean, despite a late push from Vortex, the higher seed looks completely in control here. Let's see how the switch feels. Vortex secures the kill from the ramp, proving he's not backing down today. The underdog is clearly not intimidated by the rankings tonight. Vortex is simply refusing to quit, securing that kill from the wine box to bring the score level. A complete dead heat going into the second half of the game. Phantom quickly shuts that down and puts the pressure back on Vortex. His recent form has been incredible, posting a 90% win rate over his last 10. Phantom is just too fast for him, cleaning up the duel while Vortex was still navigating the ramp. He's been absolutely locked in throughout his entire day. He completely shut the door on that comeback, scoring another effortless point to reach double digits. Vortex is refusing to let this match slip, picking up another easy round to keep the pressure high. Vortex secures another huge win from the ramp, showing real persistence as he claws his way back. Phantom puts a stop to that run, catching Vortex as he tried to hold the ramp. The top seed is regaining his composure at the perfect time. He's completely taken over now, putting the pressure on and bringing this set to match point. And there it is. He closes the series out with a final blow to the ramp. Vortex put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't find a way to keep the top seed down for long. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Phantom and Ignis facing off though. The top ranked favorites looking very strong today. Phantom owns the head-to-head record here with 111 wins over Ignis. That includes a very lopsided result in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep his composure now that he's secured an early lead. We've got a deadlock as Ignis evens things up. A massive gap to close for the number 24 ranked player. Ignis keeps the momentum with a 2-1 cushion. It's an unexpected sight given his recent struggle on the ladder. Unbelievable. He barely survives that clash on the ramp, clinging to life with just a sliver of health. He's completely rewritten the script from their previous meeting. Ignis is practically dominating this series at 3-2. The world number 1 is starting to claw back. Ignis has completely taken control, surging ahead 4-2. An incredible showing for a player currently sitting at rank 24. Phantom is currently maintaining a 29-7 record over the last day. Well, he's been in a completely different gear than what we're seeing in this specific server. If this deficit keeps growing, it might actually be time to question his focus. He manages to clear Ignis off the ramp, digging himself a little deeper into this fight. He's finally found a way to break that momentum. Ignis is just cruising along with a 6-4 advantage. He's certainly shaking off that rough stretch of matches. He's putting up a real fight now, keeping the pressure high just before the break. Looking at the ladder, it's hard to imagine this being any closer. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. Honestly, this is the last thing anyone expected. He's completely ignored that brutal 12-game losing streak he brought into this server. Time to see if that holds. Ignis stretches that lead to 8-5. The sheer gap in their ratings makes this lead feel absurd. That was a pristine shot, and it keeps his momentum swinging back into the game. He's showing some real grit, keeping the comeback alive with another win. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to feel non-existent. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to secure the kill and completely level the series. The initial script is completely out the window now. Just a blur of motion as he takes another one, moving full steam ahead now. It feels like the top seed is finally awake. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that one, clinging to a tiny amount of health to keep the run alive. He is simply untouchable right now, sweeping through another round without taking any damage. The momentum has completely flipped since that early stumble. He's just completely crushed the opposition and now stands a single round away from a victory. Just an absolute shutdown of those box positions. What an ending. Phantom digs deep to survive a brutal firefight and secures the victory. He really proved why he's sitting at that top spot today, shutting everything down once the pressure mounted. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for this match between Vortex and Ignis, though Vortex definitely enters this as the favorite. Vortex has been completely dominant in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 80% of their encounters. It makes total sense given that Ignis is currently sliding through a tough run of losses. We'll see if they can finally flip the script today. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he barely walks away with his life. He's playing with a significant rating advantage today. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead here. Still a huge gap in the ladder rankings between these two. Vortex is just cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. That really highlights the gap in their current forms. Ignis is holding his own early on, making this feel like a much tighter contest than the rankings suggest. He's really fighting the trend of those last 10 matches. Unbelievable. Ignis has fought back to tie this up. A surprising turn of events for the man currently sitting at rank 24. Vortex takes the lead again, putting the score at 4-3. He's definitely putting those ranks to good use. Ignis has a really rough stretch right now with that 0% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clear that the pressure is building, especially after dropping his previous encounter to Vortex. He needs to shake off the slump if he wants to stay competitive here. Vortex is really stretching that lead to 6-4. Wow, a brutal slugfest that almost went both ways, but he just barely edges it out. A very different story than that last outing they had together. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is a lot closer than we expected. Ignis is showing some real grit despite the massive gap in their current rankings. A completely fresh start here. Vortex edges forward, holding a narrow one-round lead. A much cleaner result compared to the struggle he's had today. Vortex is building some serious momentum with an 8-6 cushion. Vortex seems to have a real mental edge in this rivalry. Ignis isn't letting this slide, he's pushing right back to keep the pressure high. That was a quick trade of momentum. We are deadlocked at 8 apiece now. Everything is wide open now for the underdog. Vortex reclaiming a slender lead at 9-8. He's certainly playing like a top 5 seed right now. Ignis has completely flipped momentum and now he's clawing his way back into this. Vortex is barely holding on to a thin 10-9 lead. A really tough day for Ignis, struggling to find his footing in the server. And just like that, Ignis forces a 10-10 stalemate. An incredible display of nerves from the lower ranked side today. Vortex is just barely managing to keep his head above water here. These rounds are swapping back and forth like a pendulum. The tension is through the roof as we head into the final stretch with everything completely up in the air. That was a swift finish, putting him just one step away from victory. What a lightning fast exchange to close things out. Game over. Vortex secures the final kill to close this out. Ignis really put up a fight and pushed him to the absolute limit. It's a shame he couldn't find one more round to seal the deal. What a battle. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on red line today, and it looks like the favorite is in top form. While a scramble, Phantom clings to life with a sliver of health, taking the early lead from the Tetris. Phantom is just too quick today, using that ramp to secure another clean win. Vortex had a decent start to his day, but he's struggling here. Phantom is currently riding a wave with a 28-7 record today. It's an impressive run, and we've seen that sheer confidence translate into a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can narrow that gap. Phantom finds the angle from the ramp and secures a lead once more. The number one player on the ladder is simply refusing to let this slide. Phantom reads the play perfectly and catches Vortex right off the ramp. He's really starting to exert that rating advantage here. Vortex claws back, leaving it a tight 4-3 duel. He's showing a lot of resilience after that tough loss on fast aim. Unbelievable, he barely survives that chaotic scramble from the boxes to reclaim the lead. The world number one is certainly showing his class here. Phantom is really putting on a clinic from that ramp, moving closer to a double-digit lead. He's really asserting himself as the top seed in this clash. He's just untouchable right now, taking total control of the map. He's proving exactly why he holds the top spot right now. Vortex answers back with a swift kill to keep things interesting heading into the swap. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the odds had Vortex as the clear favorite, but the underdog is putting on a huge show. We'll see if that momentum sticks. Time to swap sides. A perfect shot from Vortex, continuing his climb back into this set. He is definitely starting to feel the shift in power. Absolutely incredible. We are completely deadlocked at 7-all. Things are suddenly looking very different than they did before the match. Phantom edges ahead again, taking a slim 1-round lead. A huge head-to-head advantage to keep in mind here. A huge firefight on the ramp ends with Vortex claiming the round and leveling the score. Absolute chaos at the ramp, but he manages to pull through. He's completely taking over now, securing the lead with a lightning fast reaction. He's really starting to find the gaps in the defense. Vortex wins the duel on the ramp, putting him in a commanding position as he continues this charge. Phantom shuts the door on that run, landing a quick shot from the Tetris. Vortex keeps his head high, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. But the pressure is mounting for our top seed as he slides back. Total shutout, and now Vortex is just a single round away from pulling off the upset. Absolute brilliance, Vortex finishes the fight and secures the map victory. He just refused to let that gap in skill decide the game, fighting back from behind to shake the world number one. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Phantom and Ignis stepping up for this duel, though the favorite looks very strong here. Phantom has an overwhelming head-to-head record of 112 wins over Ignis. It's clear why he's the favorite here, given how routinely he's handled this matchup. It will take something special from Ignis to shift the momentum. He's just not letting up, taking a third straight for himself. He's looking every bit the #1 player on the ladder right now. Ignis digs deep to fight back, trading a lot of damage to secure his first win. The pressure is definitely starting to mount on the favorite. He's absolutely on fire now, taking the round in a flash to close the gap. Phantom bounces right back, extending his lead to 4-2. The difference in rating really shows when he decides to tighten up. Phantom has a stellar 27-8 record over the last day. He is clearly carrying a massive amount of confidence into this server. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Ignis has faced lately, which makes this lead feel very safe. He just can't be stopped right now, picking up another effortless victory. This is an absolute steamroll as he picks up a 5th straight victory. The disparity in their latest form is just glaring. Ignis gets a clean look at the head to stop the slide before the halfway break. A quick response to keep things interesting as we head into the break. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as expected. The top seed is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Let's see if Ignis can wake up. Wow, a frantic exchange that came down to the very last hit, barely leaving him standing. A stressful escape, but he manages to secure the edge. Phantom is making this look like a walk in the park right now. He's definitely living up to that top seed status today. Complete shutout for Phantom, and he's now just a single round away from closing this out. A sudden flick from Ignis keeps his hopes alive with a perfectly timed headshot. A quick snap to the head keeps his hopes flickering. And there it is, a perfect finish to close the door on the map. The skill gap was just too wide today, and it's a tough result for Ignis, who's really struggling lately. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off to see who comes out on top today. Ignis strikes first, quickly shutting down Vortex while he was holding that wine box position. A strong start for the underdog, given their recent struggles. Vortex catches Ignis coming off that ramp for a quick equalizer. Vortex is clearly the one we expected to lead here. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, capitalizing on that high ground for a second straight victory. The gap in the ladder ratings is starting to show. We're all squared up now and the tension is peaking. That head-to-head dominance usually tells the whole story. A real battle for the high ground there, and Vortex just barely comes out on top. He's really struggling to shake off that rough stretch from today. Vortex is really finding his footing using that ramp position to extend his lead further. He's absolutely taking over this map, claiming another victory from that ramp. The head-to-head dominance is just overwhelming. Ignis manages to clear him off that ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's showing he can definitely trade blows with the favorite. Ignis just cruised through that exchange to pluck another win from the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Incredible. He claws his way back into a tie, erasing that early deficit entirely. Vortex is definitely feeling the heat of this sudden shift. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another clean finish to keep this surge going. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Honestly, this is a total shock given his recent call streak. He's completely ignoring the historical gap between them right now. Time to see if it holds. Ignis maintains his slender one-round advantage over Vortex. The gap in their skill levels is starting to resurface. Vortex is really tightening his grip on this series, pulling off a clean take on that ramp position. He's simply crushing it right now, shutting down the ramp with a perfect sequence to take the lead. He just completely denies him from that wine box, bringing the set back to a dead heat. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. Vortex is putting on a clinic here, taking the round while holding that wine box advantage. Ignis is really struggling to put up any fight today. Vortex secures another one from the toolbox and it's starting to look like he's completely in control. He's just not letting up, powering through for another round to build a huge lead. It's tough to bounce back when the rankings are this skewed. He refuses to go quiet, digging in to keep this fight alive. That was a sharp response to get back into the game. That was a total shutout, leaving him just a single round away from victory. The gap in experience is usually a wall that's hard to climb. And that's it. Vortex closes it out and secures the victory. Ignis really fought back with that crazy run in the middle, but he just couldn't keep the pace up long enough. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom taking on Vortex today on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive historical lead with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head series, but he's actually struggled lately, having dropped his last few meetings. He reversed that trend today. What a fight! Vortex barely scraps through that one after a wild exchange of fire. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure. Unreal. Vortex barely scrapes by after picking him off the box to make it 3 in a row. It's getting a bit shaky for the favorite right now. A clean response from Phantom to keep the game within reach. Looking to bounce back after that red line loss earlier today. We're all tied up at 3 apiece now. He looks much sharper now after that rough outing against Vortex earlier. That was an absolute war, but he manages to scrap through for a 3rd straight victory. The higher rated side is definitely asserting his control here. He's completely taken over, securing his 4th straight round with a nearly perfect engagement. His top-seeded status is really starting to show. Vortex answers back immediately with a quick headshot to tighten things up. Pure chaos now that we've hit a deadlock. His current form is looking dangerous after that strong 13-9 showing earlier. Phantom edges ahead, clinging to a thin 1-round lead. He's looking a lot more composed after that tough 13-4 set he just played. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is looking like a complete flip of the script. The supposed underdog is playing exactly as he should on a map where he historically holds a 64% win rate. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom maintains that slender 1-round advantage. He is really leaning into that high confidence after his recent run. Absolutely breathless. Vortex survives by a hair to bring this map right back to a deadlock. He is just refusing to stay down in these fights. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking a commanding 3-round run to reclaim the lead. It's starting to look like a repeat of that red line match. A sharp response to bring this a deadlock once more. A truly grueling battle of attrition so far. Phantom barely clings to a single round lead. A dominant display from the top seed in this series. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, taking the round with an effortless shot. Vortex pulls this one back, quickly deleting him off the box. Vortex has looked remarkably comfortable against him all day. Phantom is really starting to put the squeeze on, extending the gap to 2 rounds. The top seed is really starting to pull away. We've reached a complete stalemate. Neither one is giving an inch right now. Vortex is clearly punching up against the league leader right now. Vortex is putting an incredible amount of pressure on the number 1 seed right now. Vortex really seems to have his number in this current series. A quick fire burst, and just like that, he's sitting on match point. A lightning fast exchange to put the pressure back on. Completely effortless kill to force the tie. We are headed to overtime. Absolutely an all-out brawl to decide the winner. The pace of these exchanges is just blistering lately, with neither side allowing the other any time to breathe. Pure focus from the league's top seed. Phantom has completely seized control of this overtime push. He is simply in another gear right now, taking another round without taking a single hit. Game over. He shuts the door with a stunning finish to secure the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but he just couldn't close it out. What a match. Welcome to the stream. We're on Orange today as Phantom takes on Ignis in a highly anticipated match. Phantom holds an overwhelming 88% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive gap in experience that usually ends in a quick result. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep his composure after that opening win. Phantom claws back the lead to make it 2-1. He's looked completely dominant in his last few games today. He's completely shut things down now, taking full control of the server. The difference in their current form is staggering. He's absolutely on fire right now, continuing a relentless steer through the early stages of the map. The top seed is looking every bit the favorite. Ignis answers right back, refusing to let the momentum slip entirely to his opponent. A sharp reaction to shake things up. He's staying aggressive, mirroring that speed to secure another round and narrow the gap. Unbelievable. He has completely flipped the script, leveling the map at 4-4. A tight exchange here, but he edges it out to regain a slim. This is exactly how the top-rated guy handles a sudden challenge. Phantom has put together a 28-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing a huge amount of confidence into this match. Now it's just a matter of whether Ignis can disrupt this pace before the halftime break. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going as we projected. The top seed is staying steady, and holding on to that advantage as the side swap. Let's see if Ignis finds a spark. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. Consistency is the name of the game for the #1 seed. Phantom is just outclassing him now, sitting at 9-5. This looks exactly like the 13-4 stomp we saw recently. Pure efficiency from the top seed, continuing a frightening run toward the finish line. It's a brutal stretch for the #25 seed. A total shutdown of any hope for a comeback here, as the momentum remains firmly in his favor. Ignis gets a quick look and secures a clean round. A welcome change of pace for a player who's had a tough day. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum going. It's a tough spot to be in, considering his current slump in the last 10. He's back in control and now just a single round away from victory. Just another example of why he entered as the clear favorite. A fierce scramble of a round, but he manages to pull through with the kill. A gutsy piece of play to stay in the fight. A surprising turn of events for the underdog. He's found a way to shut things down again, keeping his side of the map secure. And there it is. He secures the final kill to wrap this whole thing up. He definitely showed why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Ignis fought hard, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Welcome to Redline. Vortex and Ignis are facing off, though the favorite might have a significant edge today. Vortex has completely owned this rivalry with a massive historical lead of 108 to 29. It makes that opening round loss look like a real anomaly given the gap in their rankings. We'll see if Ignis can actually turn the tide this time. Vortex is pulling ahead now with a commanding 2-1 lead. Vortex really looks like he's playing above his ranking today. He's simply not letting up, taking his third straight round with a perfect finish. His confidence is high after that recent fast aim victory. Ignis clears him off the Tetris to narrow the gap. Really shaking things up considering the current rankings. Unbelievable. Ignis has fought back to a dead heat. A total reversal from the 13-9 blowout they just played. Vortex claws back the lead, sitting at 4-3. Slightly more consistency from the top seed so far. Whoa, Ignis barely clings to life after that chaotic battle on the ramp to even the score. A surprisingly tough day for the ranked 25 player to shake off. Vortex just regains a slim advantage, leading 5-4. Ignis is struggling mightily with a heavy losing streak in his last 10 games. It's certainly making things difficult for him to keep up here. And honestly, he's looking a bit shaken by that constant pressure. It will take a huge shift in momentum to flip this script. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the higher seed is keeping things exactly where we expected. Ignis has stayed competitive, but he's still fighting an uphill battle against the rank 4 player. Let's see if the swap helps. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure on in the first round of the second half. A sudden spark of energy from the underdog. Vortex extends his cushion to a 2-round lead. Looking like his typical form despite some early turbulence. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. The gap in their recent form is becoming very apparent. Momentum has completely shifted back to the top seed, who just cruised through another round. The skill gap is simply too wide to overcome right now. He outplays the fight on the ramp to pick up another one. It's been a brutal day for the number 25 seed. Vortex is just relentless right now, stepping up to take a 5th straight round. It looks like a total mismatch at this stage. Game over. He closes it out with an effortless finish to secure the series. Just another day at the office for the top seed, who's now really extending that head-to-head lead. Phantom currently holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, which is underscored by his recent 16-12 victory over Vortex. It's a tough spot for the number 4 rated player to be in when he's already facing the top seed. Now he needs to find a way to flip the script early. Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. He's definitely playing like he's ready to challenge the top seed today. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He has certainly been in great form with that 28-7 run recently. Phantom is not letting him breathe, quickly shutting down that push from the ramp to keep it tied. The top dog in the league is starting to find his footing. Vortex is barely hanging on with a 3-2 lead. That's definitely a strong start from the number 4 seed. Vortex puts an end to that vertical advantage, securing a really comfortable lead right now. He's fighting an uphill battle against his usual dominance in this pair. Phantom had no trouble dealing with that height advantage. He just punished Vortex for being up there. We are all square now at 4-4. The number 1 seed is looking very comfortable here. Vortex takes the lead again, putting him up 5-4. It's been an incredible day for the number 4 seed so far. These two are completely locked in, neither one is giving an inch tonight. He's showing exactly why he's at the top of the ladder. Vortex edges ahead, holding a narrow 6-5 grip. A real nail biter for the top seed to keep his lead. Vortex is really cementing his momentum with a 2016 record over the last day, and honestly he's proving that he can outplay the world number 1 when the pressure is high. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can shake this off and push back. Vortex takes a narrow 7-6 lead into the break. The favorite is controlling the pace exactly as we anticipated. He's just keeping his composure well enough to stay ahead for now. Deadlock at 7-all. We've reached a stalemate. Looking back at that huge gap in their overall match history. Phantom claims the lead, putting him up 8-7. He's really reclaiming his status as the best player in the league. Unreal. He barely survives a desperate scrap to keep the momentum rolling. That was an absolute sliver of health left. Vortex uses the ramp to find a clean opening and gets the round. That was an incredibly fast exchange to break the cycle. We are back to a dead heat at 9 apiece. Both are proving they can compete at this elite level today. Vortex is absolutely on fire right now, taking full control with 3 straight rounds. Phantom shuts that down instantly, knocking him off the ramp to bring the tally back to a 10-10 draw. The momentum is shifting back to Vortex, and he's now just a couple of steps away from pulling off the upset. Vortex puts an end to the opposition's momentum, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. Phantom manages to stay alive, refusing to let this match slip away just yet. The pressure is mounting for that final point. And there it is. Vortex shuts the door on this series with a gorgeous final kill. He actually did it! That's a huge result for the underdog, finally breaking that long-standing dominance we've seen in their history. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on Italy as Phantom takes on Ignis in this 1v1 showdown. Phantom is dominating the head-to-head with 114 wins over Ignis. It's a stark contrast when you look at how both players have performed today, and it makes this early lead for the underdog even more surprising. Ignis is fighting hard, but Phantom holds a narrow lead. He's certainly playing like the top seed right now. Things are shifting quickly now as Ignis manages to claw back into a dead heat. Absolute chaos for the league favorite so far. Ignis has officially seized the momentum at 3-2. He's really shaking off that rough 5:29 stretch from earlier today. We are back to a deadlocked 3-all. The number 1 player on our ladder is finally finding his footing. Ignis is really making this a contest, refusing to let the top seed pull away. Ignis has managed to secure 5 rounds already, which is a massive turnaround considering his historical struggle against the world number 1. Well, seeing him hold this lead is almost shocking when you look at the gap in their overall ratings. I wonder if he can keep this pace into the second half. Neither player is budging as they hit at least 5 apiece. A really tough day for the ranked 25 player so far. He's on fire, erasing the opposition in a blink of an eye. We head into the break tied at 6-all. It's a very tight series so far. Ignis is playing a bit above his typical level, but the number 1 seed is still firmly in the hunt. Let's see who breaks first. Ignis edges ahead by a single round now. A very surprising way to start this half for the underdog. Phantom answers back, and we're tied up again at 7. A very consistent stretch for him over the last day. Phantom is starting to put some distance between them, and he's looking very sharp right now. Neither side is backing down, they're deadlocked at 8. Ignis is really proving he can hang with the elite today. Ignis has reclaimed a slim lead over Phantom. Quite a contrast to his recent form, staying calm under pressure here. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Neither player is letting their opponent breathe for a second. Ignis stays in the driver's seat at 10-9. It is quite a run for the lower rated player today. What a scramble! He barely scrapes by that exchange to keep his lead. The absolute world leader is finally feeling the pressure here. He holds on to his lead with another tough fight, putting the series result just 1 round away. Unbelievable. Ignis finishes the job and secures the series victory. Coming into this, a victory for the rank 25 player seemed almost impossible. He really played out of his mind today. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Vortex and Ignis are facing off on Mappas, with Vortex stepping in as the heavy favorite. Vortex has a massive 109 to 29 head-to-head advantage. It's a result of a long-term mental edge that's really difficult to overcome. We'll see if Ignis can actually shake that headspace today. He's just too fast, securing another shutout to open things up with a perfect start. Ignis has been struggling lately with that 629 record today. What a frantic exchange. Ignis manages to dig deep and scrape through with just a sliver of health. He needed that confidence boost after the early pressure. He's proving surprisingly stubborn, refusing to let the lead slip away too far. He's definitely punching above his weight class right now. Unbelievable effort. He's fought his way back from the brink to completely even things up. A total reversal of fortunes from where we started. The comeback is complete and he's now firmly in control of this series. The pressure is shifting entirely onto the favorite now. Simply untouchable right now as he extends this run to 5 straight. The psychological shift in this game is staggering. Vortex finally answers back to cut that lead down to 1. Expectations are starting to align with that top 3 ranking. And just like that, we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. That's a clean 2016 showing for the top seed today. A sharp trade on the ramp, and Ignis manages to stay ahead heading into the break. A fast set of exchanges to keep things tight. It's a 7-5 lead for Ignis heading into the switch. Well, the script is officially flipped. The lower ranked player is holding his own and fighting for every single point right now. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex claws back and we're now staring at a 7-6 deadlock. Ignis is fighting a tough battle against the 3rd ranked player right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange. But he manages to limp away with the victory to knot the score. He barely survived that brawl, escaping with just enough health to take a 1-round lead. He's showing a lot of heart against the higher ranked opponent. Another clutch grab and Vortex pulls us back to a dead heat at 8-all. That was a total shutdown, putting him back in the lead with a clean victory. Still refusing to cave under that heavy pressure. Ignis answers right back and we're tied up at 9. The battle is wide open, moving into the final stretch. Vortex grabs the edge, moving ahead 10-9. His overall win rate today is mirroring that high rating perfectly. Good grief. That was a nail biter. He manages to outlast his opponent in a total war of attrition. The skill gap is really starting to show here. What a fight. He holds the boxes and manages to survive with almost nothing left in the tank. That was practically a coin flip on the health bar. Completely effortless exchange to put him in a position to close this out right now. The high seed is firmly in his element now. What a statement. He closes it out with a perfect final round to claim the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close that gap in the final stretch. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got a great matchup today as Phantom takes on Vortex in this 1v1 duel. Phantom carries a massive 61% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. And honestly, we're seeing that historical superiority clash with some very recent struggles. He's coming off a couple of tough losses, and we'll have to see if he can find his footing against the number 3 seed. Phantom is just starting to pull away here, taking control of the pace early on. Vortex keeps his ground from that elevated spot and manages to stay right in the thick of it. Phantom was too quick to react and just clears him right off the box. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that previous loss today. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat with a 4-2 lead. Vortex has been in great form lately, but he's not finding that same flow here. Vortex claws back one, putting him down by a single round. Vortex has certainly looked sharper in their most recent encounters. Phantom is putting up a solid 26-9 record so far today. It's clear he's finally shaking off the rust after those a couple of losses earlier. He's starting to look like the #1 rated player in the league again. Unreal Phantom claws out a victory from the box, barely surviving with a sliver of health. What a scrap! Vortex barely keeps his head above water after a chaotic exchange from the box. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the odds definitely had this going the other way today. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now, and it's looking like we might have a genuine surprise on our hands. Vortex needs a huge response. Phantom just wouldn't let that streak continue, reacting perfectly to pick Vortex off the box. He's asserting his status as the top-ranked seed in the league. Phantom looks completely untouchable from that height, just shutting down any attempt at a comeback. Phantom's just running away with it at 9-6. A quick reminder of that 13-10 result they just had. Vortex is showing some real grit here, shutting things down quickly to keep this fight alive. Vortex is refusing to go down easily today. Phantom is cruising now, leading 10-7. The world #1 is making his presence felt. The gap is starting to feel like a chasm now as Phantom just keeps piling on the pressure. He just won't let up, punishing that elevated position to put himself one step away from victory. Game over. Phantom puts an exclamation point on the map with a perfect closing shot. He's just totally rewritten the script here, proving that the top spot in the world is well deserved.